Good evening, class. How is it going? Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome in, Panis, Howl, Sin Saga, Chaotic Claw. Let's see. No one's guessed the music yet. Gonna give you some hints. It is on the Super Nintendo, though the game is also available on Sega Genesis. It is a Marvel licensed game. It was published by LJN, and the soundtrack is almost assuredly the best part of the game. As you can hear, it's quite good. It's not actually a terrible game. It's just very, very difficult, to the point that it really cuts into the fun factor for me. But it has a very tangential relation to tonight's stream. Hey, Procione, how you doing? Well, let me put on something by the same composer that I think you're all more likely to recognize. Because really, if you don't recognize this, do you even watch my streams? That's a big hint for you. Tim Follin. The game that was on before, was Spider-Man and the X-Men in Arcade's Revenge for the Super Nintendo, which is very hard. I mean, brutally, punishingly hard. Only a couple lives, no continues. And when you fail, you have to replay the opening Spider-Man stage every single time, which gets really exhausting. This right here is Solstice, which is super, super good. NES. But the reason I have on music by British game composers is because today we are playing Treasure Island Dizzy, which we're playing the NES version because that's what I have. But the Dizzy games, as I think a lot of you know by now. Hey, Panis. Nice streak. I enjoy seeing the streaks people build up. It's really amazing to me. But what was I just thinking? Oh yeah. As I'm sure most of you know, the Dizzy games weren't on the NES initially. The NES versions are ports, the main games being on originally British home computers, notably the ZX Spectrum. Also, ported to the Commodore 64, the Commodore Amiga as the 16-bit version. But Dizzy was a very, very big franchise in the UK. Beloved, tons and tons of games, and never caught on to the same extent in the US. Here's the box art for the Amiga version. And there's one thing I really want to point out here. One, besides the usual thing that, game publishers would do where they say, look at who made the game, the Oliver twins. And it got 87% from Crash Magazine. The thing I really want to point out is this game was £5. Not expensive. Not expensive. Point being, computer games, particularly on platforms like, the Spectrum, the Commodore 64, in the UK were very often sold on tape, cassette tape. And knowing my audience, I'm sure most of you know, well, was it made of lead? No, I'm sure most of you know that, games used to come on cassette tape for home computer. And while that wasn't too common in the US outside of the late 70s, very early 80s, it remained a relevant means of game distribution in the UK, particularly due to its low cost, well into the late 80s, even into the early 90s, particularly with things like ZX Spectrum games. There were disc options available, but that really wasn't the most common means of data entry and storage. Yeah, the loading screens on Commodore 64 and ZX Spectrum were also quite the thing. But it was the Monday before this Monday, a week and a half ago, that I tried the Quattro Adventure cartridge for the NES, which was an unlicensed cartridge published by Camerica, games by Codemasters. And it was really pretty frustrating. And I don't mean that as a slight against the game, but it really was a really challenging set of games. But then I started thinking about them differently. I started thinking, also let me put on some more good Tim Follin music. I started thinking, okay, how different is this really from the games I played on computers as a kid? Now, I didn't have, a Commodore 64. I certainly didn't have a ZX Spectrum because it was not sold in the US ever as a ZX Spectrum. There was a US variant of the Spectrum. Also, here we go. Here's Dizzy, Prince of the Yoke Folk, a modern recreation cassette. But this is not a soundtrack. That's the actual game itself. And you would put it into, a pretty standard cassette player that would interface with the computer, and that's how you would load the data. So that was what the, situation was like. But thinking about the games that I used to play, puzzle platformers on DOS like The Lost Vikings, they're really not that different to Dizzy in that they take lots and lots of trial and error, lots of repetition, lots of figuring out what to do, and very often it could feel unfair or arbitrary. Also, for anybody not sure, this is what a Sinclair ZX Spectrum looks like. That's the whole computer right there. That's not just the keyboard. That's the whole thing. There's some I/O on the back, but it's very minimal. The default base model of the Spectrum, or the Specky as it was often referred to affectionately, as Riley's pointed out, is I think only 48K of RAM, and that was Sinclair's third home computer. They'd done the Z80 and the Z81. Yes, AOD, I was just about to get to that. The Timex company, the watch company, actually licensed Sinclair's computers in the UK and sold them in the US under their own branding as the Timex Sinclair 1000, the Timex Sinclair 1500, and the Timex Sinclair 2068. The 2068 is effectively just a Spectrum, and in fact can be converted into a functional Spectrum by switching out one of the socketed ROM chips on the board itself. Yep, the watch company. They tried to get into the computer biz. They wanted to leverage the same success that Sinclair had had in the UK with a very, very low-cost home computer. The Z80, Z80. Oh, do you, Panis? I would love one. Now, is it the actual Timex ZX81? Because that was a rare variant where it was sold in the US under the 81 branding. But I digress. Point is, you can get functionally a US Spectrum by doing a very simple modification to a Timex Sinclair 2068 or through a very rare cartridge for it called Emulator. Right, Bearer of Peas, it was a logical next step, and with the huge successes some companies were seeing in the home computer space, it was only natural that more companies wanted to get in on it. I mean, Commodore, prior to entering the computer business with the Chem 1 and then the PET, they were a calculator company. That's what they made for the most part. You know, not even digital ones at first. You know, Commodore made calculators, and then they started making not just computers, but their own chips. You know, the MOS 6502. Okay, it's the Timex. Oh, is that the 1000? Because the 1000's the Z80. I think the 1500 is the Z81. Either way, I would love to have one of those and do my own type-in programs. Type-in programs were also very common. Like, you'd get a magazine that would have, you know, a bunch of basic games, meaning BASIC, the programming language. A whopping 2K of RAM. Hey, that doubled it. That's double the RAM. Point is, these were very cheap computers in the UK, and that made them very successful, particularly with young people. And that's how a whole generation of basement coders grew up in the UK, and they made games for these things as teenagers, you know, and became very successful and founded whole gaming companies. You know, Rare was founded by the Stamper brothers as or the Pickford brothers. I don't know. It's always a pair of brothers with these companies, but they were called Ultimate Play the Game, and they were making games for British home computers, you know, as very young people. And the ease of programming on these things, it was literally you turned it on and you were just greeted with a blinking cursor, the amount of memory you had, and you just started typing stuff in. Oh yeah, well, our market crash was only home gaming consoles. Computers were mostly unaffected by that, Riley. And in the US, the Commodore 64 and previously the Commodore VIC-20 had been fairly successful, but the IBM PC took over very quickly in the US. Even though they were much more expensive, most consumers looked at them and recognized these are vastly more capable machines. And they were. There we go. All right, we're back. Point is, Timex could not recreate Sinclair's success in the UK market in the US. Things were just too different between the markets. But it means there's a huge slice of computer gaming history that most Americans have very limited exposure to, except for home console ports, basically. You know, you would see Amiga ports to Super Nintendo. You would see sometimes Commodore 64 ports and ZX Spectrum ports to NES. You know, think of a lot of Rare's games like Solar Jetman. I don't even know if that was on Spectrum. Point is, a lot of these developers had their roots in these kind of games. And if you want to see what Dizzy actually looked like on the Speccy was like this. The Spectrum has very limited color capabilities, including not being able to allow colors to overlap at all. So you would get color clash. So for example, in that bottom screenshot, you can see Dizzy is standing in front of that fence, and therefore half of Dizzy is yellow. Right, this is where the Folan brothers got their start. So I need to stress before I put this on, Tim Folan was 15 years old, I think, when he did this. The other thing to point out, the Spectrum does not have a sound chip. It has a PC beeper speaker, you know, the same kind that was on your original IBM PC. It has no volume control. Its setting is on or off, and it can play one note at a time. It is not polyphonic. And this is what Tim Folan was able to do. Now, this does not play during gameplay. This plays exclusively on the title screen. This is on the ZX Spectrum. This absolutely wild sounding, like prog rock, polyphonic. All that's happening is he's moving between notes very, very, very quickly. He also had no formal music training. He did all his music as just math. It was just numbers. And like, yeah, it has a weird kind of fuzzy sound. But it sounds incredible. Listen to that. It's so cool. Imagine this coming out of your, 48K Spectrum, which every other game you've ever heard only makes a beep occasionally, and then you hear this. You'd shit yourself. I would right now. Yeah, no, this music is not from Dizzy. This is from a game called Agent X. I've no idea if it's a good game or not. But this is to just give you an idea about what the Spectrum was like. Though, maybe displaying Tim Folan's work is not very representative. I think a lot of them weren't even played on the... Like, there's no arrow keys on the Spectrum. You're pressing those terrible rubber chip keys, the spongy membrane underneath them, and hoping it works. Music sounds absolutely sick, though. Thing is, then, like, you finish listening to this music and you play the game, and it's... Of course the game's not going to be this cool. Most people did have joysticks or gamepads for these, and they were one button. This is what has all long baffled me about the British gaming industry. Well into the Amiga era, like into the early 90s, so many games were being developed for still just a joystick and one action button. And it's like, surely you guys have figured out this is not the best setup. Like, surely you could look at the keyboard in front of you and say, yes, I think we would like to use more of those buttons. A lot of them, not the ZX Spectrum, but a lot of the computers, like I know the Commodore line of computers from the 64 to the Amiga, all had a dedicated joystick port. I believe all the Atari 8-bit and 16-bit computers did as well. Like the Atari ST was a big deal in the UK. In the US, nobody gave a shit. They were not market successes. Certainly not in the way that the Spectrum was. Anyway, I think it's time to play Dizzy. Treasure Island Dizzy, the NES version specifically. But before I do that, I have a bit of a special surprise prepared for this stream. Actually, give me one moment to make sure I've got it set up right. Because this is, I'm very excited about this. This is just a silly little thing that I wanted to have ready for tonight. Because I'm playing Dizzy. Actually, first let me get the TV out. Let me make sure the cartridge is working as well. Sometimes the Camerica carts don't play nice. Right, I have very little direct experience with the Spectrum myself, bearer of peas, and I kind of want to correct that because I feel like it's a large chunk of gaming history that I'm missing. Also, I can tell you right now, we are not playing Linus Spacehead like ever again. Maybe someday if I get really desperate. I hated that game. That game was awful. Boomerang Kid is fun. Super Robin Hood is fun but frustrating. And Treasure Island Dizzy, I am coward. That's fine. Treasure Island Dizzy, I've been thinking about it nonstop for the past 2 weeks. But let me show my surprise. What is your request, Volpez? Hello, Arseny. How you doing? Oh, hold on. Let me introduce the little surprise that I've got prepared. I've got to get changed into something more appropriate tonight. Anything from Muppet Treasure Island. Oh, I love Muppet Treasure Island. It's tough because most of them require multiple people, but I could try. I'll try the opening number if you put in a request. But no, I needed to get into a more appropriate outfit for tonight. It really was a great movie. That and Muppet Christmas Carol are such good adaptations. They're so much fun. But I needed to... Oh, hold on, let me stretch a bit. I needed to get into a more appropriate outfit to get into the spirit of the game. Speaking of which, let me at least start it so we've got some kind of sound. Absolutely brilliant, if you say so, Codemasters. But are you all ready? Because I don't think you're ready for what's about to come. Egg emote. Can we get some eggs in the chat? We don't want F in the chat. We want egg in the chat. Nice Eggy. She's a very good egg. No, not an F. An egg. There we go. Now we're talking. All right. Are you sure you're ready? I'm not sure you are. This is how much... Yeah, give me an egg in these trying times. I'm surely going to need it. Also, this title screen is very cute. No, but when I said I've been thinking about Dizzy a lot, I had to do it. You need to understand. I had to do this. I don't think you're ready. I don't know that you're prepared for the truth. I'm shy now. Maybe you can see my hat. I don't know about showing more than that. Feels dangerous. So my cat is like glued to my side right now. I don't know why he wants so much attention. Well, oh. What's this? Are those eyebrows? They might be. So thank you for the follow, Arseny. Now, I may have gotten a little too excited about Dizzy because I've gone and turned myself into an egg out for adventure. Thank you. I know I look excellent tonight. This is my Dizzy Sona now. It's gonna be the new trend, I'm positive. Huge thanks to... Is this some kind of yoke? I'm not yoking. I'm excellent now. No, huge shout out to Wordy Dird. I jokingly asked on Monday how hard it would be to make and rig a live 2D, like, Dizzy Bloom. And she said, I could do it by Thursday. And she was done by yesterday. It's incredible. It's obviously, just a silly little joke model, and it's having trouble tracking my eyes a little bit. I probably should have configured it more. Oh, it actually tracks them distressingly well with looking around. But I'm so delighted with this. I'm cracked up about it. And I thought, I'm playing Treasure Island Dizzy. I may as well be excellent while I do it. Also, I believe I owe a Muppet Treasure Island song. So give me one moment. Oh wait, I've had reverb on this whole time. I feel like an idiot now. Oops. I do have one other Dizzy game on NES, and I do plan on playing it. How do I type with boxing gloves on? There is a Jaguar port of this game, Panis, made in 2017. Now I regret selling my Jaguar. No, it was me forgetting to turn reverb off last night because I ended stream singing. Let's see, we're going to do our best at Sailing for Adventure from Muppet Treasure Island. There's not many good karaoke tracks for this. When the course is laid and the anchors weighed, a sailor's blood begins racing. Every heart unbound and our flag unfurled. We're on our way and off to see the world. The whole call and response. Hey ho, we'll go anywhere the wind is blowing. Manly men are we, sailing for adventure on the deep blue sea. Hi-ho, Mr. Silver. Let's not get sloppy just because we are singing. We say, what the heck? Oh, this is too hard to do without a real backing track. You know what? I'm just going to see if I can't just put the real track on and sing along with it.
When the course is laid,
yeah, that's better. Let me pull up the lyrics. Racing
with our hearts unbound and our flag unfurled. We're on our way and off to see the world.
On our way and off to see the world. Hey ho, we'll go anywhere the wind is blowing. Manly men are we, sailing for adventure on the deep blue sea. Safely now, Mr. Silver. Let's not get sloppy just because we are singing. The deck, we say, what the heck? We laugh at the perils we're facing. Every storm we ride is its own reward. And people die by falling overboard. People die by falling overboard. Hey ho, we'll go anywhere the wind is blowing. Hoist the sails and sing. Sailing for adventure on the big blue wet thing. Love to see him cry when they walk the plank. I prefer to cut a throat. I love to hang 'em high and watch their little feet try to walk in the air while their faces turn blue. Just kidding. It's a good life on a boat. With burning sands that crawl across the ocean. There are bingo games every fun-filled day. And margaritas at the midnight buffet. Margaritas at the midnight buffet. Hey ho, we'll go anywhere the wind is blowing. Should have took the train, sailing for adventure on the bounding bay. The salty breezes whisper, who knows what lies ahead. I just know I was born to live the life my father led. The stars will be our compass wherever we may roam, and our mates will always be just like a family. And though we may put into port, the sea is always home.
Mr. Bimbo, I didn't know you had such a good singing voice. You're
Easy,
welcome.
Volpez. You just falsetto it. To the great unknown, hey ho, we'll go. Anywhere the wind is blowing, home and brave and free. Sailing for adventure,
It's so nauseating.
sailing for adventure,
So exhilarating.
sailing for adventure. On the deep blue sea. There we go. Now I just want to watch that movie again. Been a couple years. All right. It's Dizzy time, though. Oh, wait. We have the manual for Dizzy. What am I saying? Gotta take a quick look at least. I'm really cracking it, Tomato. Oh, I'm taking entirely too much delight in this this Dizzy model. Let me see. There it is. So the story of our game. All the Oak folk gathered at the beach to wave goodbye to Dizzy. In his new boat. He built it himself, and it really was very nice, with its bright white sails and shiny red hull. Dizzy felt proud as Daisy kissed him goodbye, and the fresh sea breeze filled the sails, and the boat sailed out to sea on its first voyage. Yeah, wordy dirt. Thank you so much. Hold on, let me shout you out for that. She did an amazing job. Technically, it's a Yoke Folk, not a Dizzy Sona. I like calling it a Dizzy Sona, however. Basically, Dizzy leaves home on his boat and immediately is thwarted by the seas and is now stranded. Dizzy has been shipwrecked on a desert island. Your job as Dizzy is to find your way off the island. Your adventure begins on the beach of the desert island. Really, there's very little to both the controls and the story. The real thing in this game is everything kills you. You have one life and no continues, and you have the worst inventory system ever put into a video game. So, to the effect that you can only carry 3 items at a time, and you can't manage them in any way without putting them down and picking them back up in a different order. That's a problem because you have to pick up a snorkel to breathe underwater, and you can drop the snorkel when you're cycling through your items. You will drop your snorkel, and you will drown instantly. So the challenge of this game comes from not knowing what you're doing or how to do any of it. Now, last time I played it, I actually made a decent amount of progress. Here's an example of what I mean, though. You might see that piece of money and think, oh, surely I can walk over and pick that up. No, you can't. You will die. And then it's just game over. So you can jump, walk around, and B picks up items. One guy? No continues? That's the kind of game this is. So even to put down that rock, it has to go through all of these slots in my inventory to get to the top. Also, I figured this out. The bees don't actually hurt you. I really thought they would. Right, I am prepared to take notes. Legend has it that Hookjaw the pirate buried here still guards over his treasure. Gonna make an omelet out of me? Are you sure, Woozle? Do you really want that? The Snoggles Treehouse Complex, deserted now since the wizard Zax ruined their peaceful lives. No yoke, just organs. Also, I figured out that bee makes you moonwalk. So left moves you right, right moves you left. I'm excellent now, Baxter Crook. Also, my controls are now reversed. Because I touched that. I think it wears off eventually. But I figured out while playing a little bit off stream that that was a thing. Moonwalk speedrun percent. I think it wears off, Howell. Moon yoking. Also, here's a great example of what this game is like. You might see that up there and think, well, what's that? And then you realize, oh, it instantly kills you, and that's game over. That's total game over. Start over again. And for how the inventory works, you drop the thing that's in the top slot of your inventory, which are the 3 slots that say nothing up at the top of the screen. Also, that B turns into money for some reason. The best ending of the game, you have to find all 30 coins. I'm not going to commit to that. I am going to beat this game, though. I feel like I need to. But if there are coins that I know where they are, I am going to pick them up. And we are going to have this game dead to rights by the time I'm done. The other thing that I've kind of been trying to keep in mind with this game when thinking about it in relation to my own gaming history is that the way you play games as a kid is very different to how you play them as an adult. You know, you play when you have time to play. Oh, sorry, what did you want a praise? Praise Jason. Is that supposed to be Jason? But what am I praising Jason and his wife for? Also, this is a classic trap here. There is something on the screen above you that would do you harm. You also have items here that aren't relevant yet. But let me know if there's anything in particular to praise them for. Oh, Jason's Mexican. Okay, what should I be praising Jason and his beautiful wife for? 'Cause I don't know them, so it's a little tricky. But thinking about this game in relation to, my own gaming history and the types of computer games I played as a kid, I definitely understand the appeal of it a lot more than I did at first playthrough. Also, one somewhat baffling feature of this game is you can choose either sound effects or music. It's a very oddly British thing. A lot of Amiga games are like that. Oh, no, cat, you can't go on the desk. There's no room for you there. Sorry, my cat's getting in the way. But I will assume they are friends of yours, Arseny, so I will say, Jason and your beautiful wife, thank you very much for being good friends to Arseny. It is much appreciated, and everybody needs somebody like that in their lives. Right, now I gotta remember where to go. But yeah, thinking about this would be an ideal kind of game that, imagine, you get home from school and you've got maybe, 30 minutes to play a game. So you end up playing things like this, which aren't maybe the most impressive on their own. But then you consider brand new. This game was, £5, 5 British pounds, which is not very expensive. That was something that a kid could reasonably afford with their own, pocket money. And that makes something like this really valuable to a kid. Okay, we've got a heavy weight, and let us grab this snorkel. Super important. They could pirate it. I mean, they probably pirated it. That's how it, especially over there, that's how it was. Make a nice copy of that cassette tape for your friend. Piece of cake, really. Point is, though, these games were not prohibitively expensive the way that, Nintendo cartridges were. kids weren't buying NES games with their pocket money. 'Cause, NES games were really expensive. So were Super Nintendo games, so were Sega Genesis games. We're talking $40 or more for NES games, and they only went up, through time. New Super Nintendo games could be $70 more even. Really depended on the size of the, cartridge. Right, and there were just more games for home computers. So if your family had a computer, also I remember this trap here. If your family had a computer, chances are you had quite a library of games for it. Probably significantly more than you did for, your Nintendo. I mean, I know that was the case, in my household growing up. And I mean, I liked most of the games on Nintendo better, but there were some amazing computer games. I mean, I just mentioned The Lost Vikings was one that I would play all the time as a kid. Still have the original floppy disk for that somewhere. Or the X-Men, or not X-Men, X-Wing games, the Star Wars ones. That, I think, came on like 7 floppies. The CD version didn't exist yet at that time. Let's see. How do I get where I need to go? Let's not get trapped there. Oh, I think I see. Seventh Guest. We got that and Myst at the same time, Dosuku, which was when we got a CD-ROM drive. It's a Gravedigger's Spade. Also, here's the item management system in action. Nope. Not even close, wordy dirt. It's very challenging because there's lots and lots of puzzles. And you just got to figure stuff out. And if you don't figure it out, you'll die. That's a blasting cap. Not even bucket list time. I didn't have this game at all until like a couple weeks, months ago. But I really want to beat it because I played it last Monday. So the Monday before this Monday. And I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Actually, I may as well grab this so that I can put it in a more convenient location to pick back up later. Also, you just got to take a leap of faith and then you're in the clouds because that makes sense. That's how this game is. Now, I had a couple times last time managed to get... I need the snorkel. This is awful. All right, we'll do... Oh, no, I wanted the pogo stick. We got to do some item management. If the game let you do item management in any way other than picking stuff up and putting it down, I would feel so much better about it as a game. But it doesn't. There we go. But we're going to need to do a little more item management later. Also, if you touch the flame, you die. Almost every single thing in this game kills you instantly. It's fucked up. But now that we have the snorkel, we can breathe underwater. Actually, we don't need the Gravedigger's Spade. Let's just grab like this. I mean, puzzle is a generous word for this. For the way item management works here. Also, that fish will kill you. So I'm very ginger around it and will not risk a collision. So everything here kills you. You gotta be careful with your jumps. If we check here, it says the official pogo place. Which means if you have the pogo stick and you jump from here, you do an insane high jump to the island in the sky where we have a fish swimming about. We have a fire-resistant suit here. So I want to take with me a rubber snorkel and a pogo stick, but I want the rubber snorkel at the bottom of my inventory because if it's anywhere but the bottom, it's very easy to lose it. Oh, I want that. Hold on. Let's get it. I do love the way he just like whoop straight up. It's very funny to me. Oh god, can I drop right here or will I hit an enemy? Okay, we're fine. There's always a risk of running into an enemy at a bad time. So we have a saltwater crowbar here. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I didn't want you to jump like that, Dizzy. Oh dear. Okay, that was almost bad. Oh, come on! You're telling me I didn't jump around him? Well, that's a game over. This is a one guy, no continues game. Also, I apologize. I've got to take a bathroom break already. I've been drinking a lot of water today because it's very hot out. I will be back momentarily. Let me just make sure the BRB screen is set up. And expect a lot of dying like this. All right, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. So I think everything's back to being set up. I knocked over my audio interface when I got back. I think everything's fine now. Alright, so from what we learned last time, I think what I want to do, rather than worry about collecting all of the coins, I think it would be good if I figured out how to beat the game first. And then from there, I went ahead and, if I beat it, dare I say, do a second playthrough and get all the coins. Hello, matches. Well, I have inflicted myself with the moonwalk disease. Do you like my yoke folk outfit? My dizzy Sona, if you will. Also, I think my connection might be very unstable. Can everybody hear me fine? I'm insane. Might you say I'm a little scrambled, wordy dird? I almost walked into that trap. Could never pull the look off? I bet you could. Unleash your inner yoke folk. I just like saying yoke folk. You still hear me, unfortunately. So because I hit that one weird bee, now I'm moonwalking everywhere. I know Eggman has always been his name, Betty, but I can't help but call him Dr. Robotnik in my heart of hearts. Hey, Chilean, how you doing? I'm positive someone must have given themselves a Yoke Folk original character before. Or has been, what am I thinking? What's the best way to say this? I can't be the first person with a dizzy Sona. Surely, with a series this long-running and popular, like, there was a new Dizzy game recently. There are new Dizzy games on, like, modern-day platforms. So surely, I'm not the only one with a dizzy Sona. I might be the first VTuber with a dizzy Sona. I'm not the first egg VTuber. I can think of a bunch of those. Mostly egg. Did you have a dizzy Sona growing up, Arsene? Did you grow up with the Dizzy games? If you do have a dizzy Sona, please share with the class. Yeah, new trend. How would you feel, Wordy Dirt, if you became the in-demand artist for Dizzy Sonas? A lot of fursonas named Dizzy. I mean, maybe I'm the first to use the word Dizzy Sona. I think Yoke Folk is much more likely to get you results, given that that's what they're called, in-game. I mean, there's a whole, cast of Yoke Folk in a Fantastic Dizzy, which is almost like a real video game. It's the only way I can describe that one, which I know must sound strange. That one, you have multiple lives and the screen scrolls and all these other things that, video games do. So I do like the solution for a lot of these puzzles, like using a heavy weight to lower a platform so you can, progress. Though the actual platforming in the game does feel rather vague, I think is the only way to describe it. It is not tight to control. Dear Professor Dizzy, how do you type while wearing boxing gloves? Thank you, Faxborn. Also, I feel like I do a decent, strong, bad voice. Oh, I love Homestar Runner. I love that the Brothers chaps still release, at least one or two Homestar shorts every year. That's nice. Scrambled egg dizzy. All right, nothing left for me here. Let's go to the clouds and get the pogo stick. I'll leave the infrared detonator up there. But I can always come back here later. I will say, there's something very fun to me about the sense of discovery in single-screen games like this. Oh. There we go. Hey, Viral, how you doing? Okay, as long as I don't touch that flame, we're okay. That flame will kill you. That's the thing. This game is extremely unmerciful. There we go. Doing our item management there. Right, it's a gravedigger's spade. Well, here's the reason they do that, Petty. Because there is a pirate grave right over there. Oh, Strong Bad's cool game for attractive people. So if you use the gravedigger spade, Hookjaw made sure that his grave was made completely impenetrable to grave robbers. It simply doesn't work. Which, granted, is very funny. But you think, oh, there's a grave. Let me get this gravedigger's spade. Nah, that's not how you're getting his treasure. You gotta work harder than that. Yeah, he thought ahead. It's his treasure, damn it. He wants to keep it. It's a very good bit. That's the thing. Like, this game has such a cheeky sense of humor that I can't be too mad about it. I just wish I had more than one life. Or that there was any kind of continue mechanism. Because that would do... I mean, in a perfect world, I would have 3 lives. That would be great. 3 lives and an actual inventory system instead of whatever this is. You know, having to leave the ocean to rearrange items. I actually don't know what I need the heat-resistant suit for yet. What's it say up here? The island in the sky. Very helpful. I couldn't have figured that out on my own. Oh, wait. No, I want that. I'm also so worried about just accidentally grazing one of these sea creatures, because it's instant death if you do. A talking egg. Well, what's wrong with a talking egg? So if I move here, I can get a saltwater crowbar. But now, I'm going to go all the way back up to land to rearrange my items to keep my rubber snorkel on the bottom, because I can't use the saltwater crowbar if the rubber snorkel is above it on the item management screen. How's that for game design? Let's see. There we go. We've all cracked. All right, now I can go use the crowbar, and I know what to use the crowbar on. So this is about as far as I got last time. So if you think about it, I've now done, in, 20 minutes what took me several hours last time to do. I can dislodge that rock with it. Oh, is this guy like a little elevator to the next thing? Hold on. You've been swallowed by the big fish, and now you're inside his belly. Is that a game over? No! Oh, that's funny. A little item management while I'm in there. Oh, and I remember this last time, the air pocket. I went down there last time and got stuck. And we've been Jonah'd. Let's see. Okay, there's no way both fish are friendly. Let's try this. Nope, Psycho Volpez, we're all in on egg tonight. The best part of this model is I have a whole second Dizzy game on NES. Okay, I've never gotten this far. Oh, that's probably what I want a Gravedigger's shovel for. The woodcutter axe. I'll take some money. Let's keep the snorkel at the bottom. Nope. I thought maybe that could cut down a tree. Is that a Bible? Oh, a totem pole. I remember. The magic pebble has something to do with the totem pole. I suppose you want off this island. I'll swap you a boat for something valuable. Well, maybe the treasure is what he wants? I've got 20 coins. That's 2/3 of them in the whole game. That's not bad. Let's see. Danger, no swimming off this pier. Okay. Large brass key. Got a rubber snorkel. What? What, Dan? You don't like my Dizzy Sona? I'll be honest with you, I just really like saying the word Dizzy Sona. Let's take... Oh, he's not picking up the pogo stick. God damn it. Sometimes the inventory doesn't work very good. Like, you have trouble picking stuff up between screens. Oh, he's just not picking anything up. I might be fucked. I might just be fucked. Dizzy, no! Oh. I promise you, I'm pressing the B button. He's just not picking anything up. Is this how I fucking lose this time? Dizzy just won't pick anything up. Okay, he can drop it. Oh, thank God. I'm just gonna move items to this screen to be safer. 'Cause I don't trust anything over here. Yeah, thanks, Codemasters. This game does not have the official, Nintendo seal of quality, just saying. Alright, I've got a woodcutter's axe. I don't want to talk to you. Also, are you a yoke folk, or are you just a man? Are you just a human man? I got questions. Okay, I had an idea. Bear with me here. So I know I'm going to need to come back here with a magic pebble for that totem pole. And I need to get something valuable. I bet that I can get into the cursed pirate grave. I'm betting you the Bible has something to do with the curse. Now, I can't open this one, because I need the Gravedigger's spade for that, which I think I left on the other side of the ocean. So now I need to cross the ocean. Also, that's dynamite there, but I don't know how to get... Oh, hold on. I have an idea. So, I must... Thinking logically here. They did Bearer of Peace. There's actually a dip switch on the back of the cartridge. It's a PC port viral, so it probably is a direct port of whatever code they were using on the Spectrum. So, ask Wordy Dird, Dan. She's the one who made the model. In 3 days' time. She worked incredibly quickly. But I bet you if I use the Gravedigger spade here, there's an obvious, like, chasm underneath. So I'd need the snorkel because it's definitely connected to water, because if I go over here, I can see a watery passageway on the right-hand side. And dynamite, so I must need to do that. Funniest shit I've ever seen, forgot password. So, something hysterical. Friend of mine, when the Pickle Rick episode happened, his father texted him. Thank you for gifting the sub to Wordy Dirt, Dan. But his father texted him apropos of nothing and said, "Did you see Rick and Morty? Guy turned himself into a pickle. It's the funniest shit I've ever seen." Like, we're talking about like a 65-year-old man with no knowledge of the meme. Just texted that unprompted to a friend of mine, and we saw it, and we were like, this has to be a joke. This is too funny. Oh, know what? If I did a watch-along of Hard Boiled viral, know what game I would need to play right after? I would need to play Stranglehold. I still have it on PC. That game kicks ass. Can I use the axe on the bridge? Yes! And there's treasure. Right, he had no idea. Can I open the treasure? No, that must be what the brass key is for. I'm so terrified to do anything unless I have the snorkel in the bottommost position. They do. I really hope they aren't, because that would suck a lot. So where does this bring me? Ah, okay, it does bring me out of his grave. Okay, what if I go get the key? Yeah, thank you for coming by, Arseny. I still want that Bibli. Oh wait, let me find the Gravedigger's spade. Oh, this is why I should have been taking notes. But the game world's small enough. I mean, you have to, Petty. Stranglehold is literally a direct sequel, and it still stars Chow Yun-fat. Like, he came in to be Inspector Tequila again. So I remember that game to me, in my mind, signified the real arrival of, like, next gen. Because it was one of the first games, apart from launch titles, that I saw on the 360. And it was so cool it made me go and buy the PC version. But I remember playing it on a friend's 360. This was in undergrad. And, because that came out, what, 2006? I think it was 2006. But I remember we were, crowded around the TV, passing the controller back and forth, and doing just, like, slow motion, fancy kill shots to see, like, who could blast a guy's dick off at the longest range in slow motion the best. And we were just, like, having the best time. If any, like, 7th gen video game trends are going to make a comeback, I want it to be gratuitous slow motion kill cams. Because those are fun. Like the way Sniper Elite did them, Stranglehold did them. It was a whole trend for a little while. Exactly, Eddie. That's the thing. The first, like, wave of next-gen titles at that time were really just gussied up PS2 games. And I mean that in the best way. It's the way that, like, the two 50-cent licensed tie-in games are shockingly fun. Like, they're really solid. I'm not kidding. If you don't believe me, try them for yourself. They're also incredibly stupid, and I mean that as complimentarily as possible. Like, I want it to be clear I am paying the game a compliment when I call it dumb. Oh, I really should play that RoboCop game because it does look very good. Looks like it captures the spirit of RoboCop. Where did I leave the Gravedigger's spade? I thought I left it in the clouds. Did I leave it on the island in the sky? Either way, I'm going to start by getting that big brass key. I can almost guarantee you... Actually, before I do that, let me actually check that I need a key to unlock that treasure. Rogue City, it looks really good. So I was having this conversation on my Discord earlier today, talking about when did games hit the good enough point for graphics. Oh no, I can just grab the cursed treasure. Is this shit gonna kill me? No, I have a Bible. I'll be fine. All right, we stole the treasure. I'm willing to bet that I give the treasure to that guy. Hey, thank you for the sub, LX. Right, for me, kind of the second generation of each big kind of graphical or gameplay leap, I think is when they kind of arrive. By which I mean, you know, the 5th gen. Oh no, Chilean Dizzy is a huge franchise. This was originally a British computer game. And it was on the ZX Spectrum, the Commodore 64, the Amiga, ported to the NES. It was ported to everything you can imagine. I think there's more than 20 games total in the Dizzy franchise. Only 2 of them are on the NES. Actually, I think there is a 3rd on the NES, but it came out in like 2018 or something. Like very recently. There's the Gravedigger's spade. I'll come back for that. Right, I left it there because of the pogo stick. Well, where did I leave the pogo stick? I better not have left it up on the Sky Island. But yeah, Dizzy was a massively popular franchise in British gaming. And so I was ignorant of it. I'd always heard about it. And I will freely admit to, in the past, having very negative biases towards a lot of British and European games at large. You know, if you've ever heard the term, like, Euro platformer or Euro shmup used derisively, I'm guilty of doing that. I stand by my dislike of Euro shmups. I don't think they're very good. Okay, good, the pogo stick's there. So I will probably need that flame suit at some point. That'll do nicely, you. Here's the boat you need. Take it to the pier. Wait. Was it that simple? A dehydrated boat. What do you mean, a dehydrated boat? I have a boat. I don't know what the key is for. I have a boat, but it... Do I need a motor? Tyrion's one of those games that, like, it's fine, but I think the reason a lot of people liked it is because it was always free. I guess you'll be wanting a motor. Got one back here somewhere, but it'll cost you. Well, what'll it cost me? I need to give him something else. Okay. You know what? I want to keep the brass key for now. I don't need the Bible, I don't think. Let me take these. Right, shareware does get a boost. I mean, it's the same. This game was cheap. That's no doubt part of its enduring legacy was that millions of kids had the Dizzy games because they cost pocket change. They could have the Dizzy games. They could afford the Dizzy games. Which is more than can be said for a lot of other games. You know, NES cartridges were very expensive. And, you know, the NES, frankly, wasn't very successful in the UK compared to the US. So naturally, they have less nostalgia for those games and more for these, because these are what they had and what they played. Right, I've got the Gravedigger's Spade. Right, that's the thing, like, Strikers 1945, most Psycho shmups, for that matter, are my favorites. Like, Gunbird and Gunbird 2 are two of my favorite shmups ever. I think they're incredible. Right, exactly. You could get Dizzy for £5. Why would you get, you know, an NES game that maybe it sucks and you paid, you know, £40 for it? And, you know, if your friend had a copy of Dizzy and they had, you know, maybe a tape deck with a dubbing function, now you have a copy of Dizzy too. All right, let's rearrange our items here. Let's use our Gravedigger's Spade. What's this say? All right, I think we're back. All right, we're back. Exactly, Ramses. Oh. Okay, so I definitely need the... Oh, that's what the key opened. I definitely need the fire retardant suit to go past that. You found Blackbeard's secret kitchen. No one has entered here in hundreds of years. Neat. Do item management first. Vintage brandy. Well, that must be what the guard wants. I definitely need the flame retardant suit to get by that other candle there. How'd they know that when they made the sign? Maybe they were being optimistic and thinking, surely no one will get through here. Sticks of dynamite. Okay, and there is a detonator in the other room. Or far on the other side of the map. I'm just going to rearrange my items here. Let's have brandy at the top. I always want to keep the snorkel at the bottom. Her eyes could steal a sailor from the sea. No one said that they would. All right, how do I get by this guy? 'Cause I do not trust that I can jump over that. I'm nervous about this. I don't like this. I've come so far this time. I don't want to risk death. Do you think this is a puzzle class, or do you think I've just got to be skilled at the platforming element of this? It looks like there's too much... just too much bad guy. I don't think I can jump over him. Because there's that really tiny... Oh, wait. No, he goes totally off the screen. I mean, it's the same sprite as the one that didn't kill me. I don't trust that to mean anything in a game like this. I'm just going to follow close behind. I thought he didn't go off the screen before. That's a really stupid solution. That's really dumb. What, I just snuck past him? Whatever. I will say, I love the facial expression on this stupid little fish that serves as an elevator. Also, I promise you I'm not just being bad at this. It's very hard to stop dizzy rolling when you land. A big mercy here is that there is no timer. Because if this game had a timer, that would be miserable. Right, we now have dynamite. I'm wondering, there's that magic pebble on the other side of the map. I have, Dan. It's not that hard. So I gotta remember to jump over that grave now where I didn't have to before. Let's see if we can bribe this guy with alcohol. Ah, thanks. Here's the motor I promised you. It worked! I've got an outboard motor now. Let's put the outboard at the top. Always keep the snorkel at the bottom. What do I need? Do I need gas or petrol? As this is a British game, do I need petrol? So you need some gas. Well, I might have some here, but you're not having it for free. What else do you want, mate? This is extortion is what it is. Well, I need the pogo stick. I need to be able to get up and get the fire retardant suit. So I think I'll have the... Before I do anything else, I'm going to bring the dynamite to the other side of the map. Then I'll go get the fire retardant suit. A lot of back and forth here, and the scary part is, at any time during this back and forth, I could just make a platforming mistake and die. Which would make me very sad. Because this is by far the best I've done so far. Like, it's not close. I've been doing pretty well this time. Like, I don't know if the fish can just be in a bad spot and kill me. I would sincerely hope that that's not an option. But just knowing how this game operates, I don't trust that. So let's bring the dynamite all the way to the spot where I need... Actually, I think I can do the thing with the dynamite now. I should be able to blast open... Yeah, because the infrared detonator's up here. And there's a blasting zone over hereabouts. I turned myself into an egg, Doc Irving. Funniest shit I ever seen. I'm so pleased with this Dizzy outfit. Or should I say I'm chuffed with it. Given that this is a British game. Danger, blasting area. Okay, so, oh, that looks like more treasure over there. All right, let's blow this up. And go from there. The eyes are a little cursed. Dying is funny. Mostly, I think it's just having a hard time following my eyes. Don't know if my glasses are causing it any interference or what. It's pretty fun, though. And because I'm looking back and forth between two different screens. I probably could have calibrated it better, but it's good enough. You know, I do have Popful Mail, Doc Irving, for Sega CD. I should play through that on stream at some point, because I love that game. Though I would love to do a comparison with, like, the Super Famicom version. Because the Super Famicom version is much closer to the PC-88 original. Hey, thank you for the follow. Dying is funny. The Sega CD version really is like a full remake of Popful Mail. Because both the PC Engine and Super Famicom versions are pretty straightforward ports of the PC original, I believe. Actually, how many people here have played Popful Mail? If you haven't, very good. Specifically the Sega CD version. There is a Super Famicom version, Dan, and it does have a fan translation, which does make it accessible. I personally don't think it's as good as the, Sega CD version. A bag of gold coins. Okay, let's go bring that to the guy. Maybe then he'll give us gasoline. Or petrol, excuse me. No, he did call it gas, didn't he? I think he did. So, I got my copy of Popful Mail in like 2010, along with a bunch of other Sega CD games, and I did not pay very much for it. I think I paid $20. It's gone up a bit since then. I got that, Lunar 1 and 2, and Robo-Alest, all in the same transaction. Which is pretty great. I think that was Craigslist back in 2010 or so. Because at that time, these were not, they were desirable games to the people that knew about them. But to everybody else, they were just old junk. That's the thing to keep in mind. Retro game prices went so crazy, not just in the past decade, in the past 5 years specifically. Because even as late as like 2015, 2016, you could find great deals on a lot of these games. I mean, I would argue there are still great deals to be had, just not on the things that are already really popular that everybody wants. I mean, I've done several Twitter threads about this, of games, retro games that represent great values. I mean, the NES is my favorite system, and there are dozens of really good games that cost very little. You know how much I paid for my copy of Path of Radiance, Dan? Oh, see, if you get a Model 2 Sega CD, Dying is funny, you can avoid that problem right there. Because it's just a top loader. The only thing is sometimes you need to refresh the RAM. I paid $50 for my copy of Path of Radiance because I bought it the day it came out brand new. Because I was one of the people who was very excited for a new Fire Emblem game. There were not many of us. And after buying it and seeing, the price of the game drop like a stone in the couple years after its release, when Radiant Dawn came out, I waited a year and then bought it for $10. Now both of those are very expensive. Even like Fire Emblem Awakening on 3DS has never really changed in price. Wait, did the stream die? What's the F for, Jisoo Sushi? Hold on. No, it didn't die. What's the F for? You made me worried. Right, or I remember like Cubivore was a bargain bin game. And now it's not. Hello, sir. Back for that gas, are you? Tell you what, I'll throw in the can for free. All right, I've got a gallon of petrol. See, I knew it wasn't gas. I knew they wouldn't call it gas in a British game. Azure, you are looking at Treasure Island Dizzy. Or do you mean me? I turned myself into an egg. It's my Dizzy Sona. My Yoke Folk OC. Come on, tell me this isn't great. What else do I need to make this damn boat go? Can't I just row it? Back again? Oh, you need an ignition key. Well, ignition keys don't come for free either. Look, to my knowledge, Azure, Eggy doesn't have a full egg form. Okay, what else could this guy want at this point? They might make me paddle it anyway. The Egg Tuber Arms Race. I mean, Egg Channel has long since beaten us, you know, to the punch there. He is and always has been just an egg. Right, let me shuffle my items about once again. Will be the first omelet tuber. I'm sure there is one. There are no new ideas under the sun. Okay, now I'm going to go get the fire-resistant suit and go into the other room in that smuggler's cave that I couldn't go to before and hope there is treasure there. Means I've got to be a little careful. There is a platforming part here that I could conceivably mess up and die. I didn't, thankfully. Okay, now I've got the fire-resistant suit. Let me just rearrange my items a touch. All right, let's put the suit at the top. Pogo stick second. And this. Now, I believe I can drop down safely. I've done that thus far. Really, I super don't want to die by making a careless mistake. Because things are going incredibly well. I'm not dead, so they're going great. Okay, and now I'm going to want to... Actually, I probably want to put the fire-resistant suit in the second slot. And maybe I'll leave the pogo stick on shore... because I need both the snorkel to get down there, or to get out of there once I'm down there. And then I will need the fire-resistant suit. And the snorkel. There we go. Is it really Azure? That's kind of amazing. Alright, fire-resistant suit means these flames should not harm me. Okay, yeah, there was no way to get by that without going through that flame. I swear, if there's something that like falls from the ceiling and can kill me here, I'm gonna freak out. I'm in totally uncharted territory. And have been for a little while. Oh no. There's gonna be some Indiana Jones bullshit. I can feel it. I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. No! Fuck. Oh. God damn it. One guy, no continues. Let's go. We're gaming. I thought for sure I had it. Oh. This is... See, if you had this as a kid as a computer game, you'd get that far and then you'd stop playing for the day and you'd go play outside with your friends or something, and then you'd come back and try it another day. And you'd be perfectly happy with the progress you made and you would know what to do, and you'd do better next time. But I'm not playing it like a smart person. I'm playing it like an idiot, and I gotta force myself to beat this. Oh. Not gonna lie, that hurt. That was demoralizing. But you know what? I've made a ton of progress. I'm starting to understand, like, what to do, how it works. I should. Just end stream, go take a walk. Here's our damn snorkel. So known as the most used item in this game. Really is like ridiculous how much we use this snorkel. I don't know why I'm even bothering with the coins. It's like, I want them, you know? They're money, so I want them. It's how it goes. Even I am not immune to the lure of the shiny coin. Exactly. Monkey brain want coin money. Shiny. Magpie brain say get. I did not Anon Sama, but I've always known about the Dizzy franchise. It was never a big deal in America. Now, what you might know the company's Codemasters and Chimerica for is they were the ones who made and sold the Game Genie cheat devices for the NES and Sega Genesis and whatnot. So if the name is familiar, actually Codemasters you probably know for all the rally driving games. Those have been very popular and successful for a long time. You know what? I may as well just put the detonator down where it needs to be now. No reason not to. Not doing anything else with it for a while yet. I'll climb back up later. Somebody look up what is the speedrun time for specifically the NES version of this game. I'm curious. Oh, I feel like I was getting so close to... Oh, I almost died right then. I'm amazed that cage didn't fall down on me. "12 minutes. Good lord. Oh yeah, they were quite cheap, I remember. Oh yeah, dying is funny. You mentioned having a, PC Engine Super CD 2. The TurboGrafx, PC Engine, is one of the only major consoles I don't own. And I've been thinking for a while now about getting a region-modded PC Engine Duo. The thing that I'm still a little hung up on is which system card do I need with it for maximum effect. That's the confusing part, having not, grown up with it or that ecosystem of games. I think it's the arcade card is the one you want, but I really don't know. And I don't know how, does an EverDrive cover those functions? The whole system's kind of a black hole in my gaming experience, apart from TurboGrafx games that have been ported to other platforms. Right, the Gravedigger's Spade I need to bring to the other side. I may as well take the Snorkel or the Pogo Stick now. Walking off, I'm safe. It's jumping, I would hit the flame. Reorganize our items. I'll put the spade on top. Always want to keep the snorkel on the bottom. Know what would be really funny is if I get fed up with this game's BS, I could slap it in the Game Genie and, put on invincibility or something. Which would be pretty funny. Arcade Card Pro. Okay, yeah, I was thinking about getting either a Duo or Duo R. Just because there's a bunch of reasonably priced ones online. And I don't need to, drive myself crazy looking for a great deal or anything. I'm happy to spend, $250 plus. It was worth it, Emmerich. Also, I've got to say, this Dizzy Sona of mine reminds me of what is probably the most cursed object I own, which is a book called The Clown Egg Register. Have any of you heard of that before? Wordy, you did an amazing job making this model in just a couple of days. It looks fantastic. It is exactly what I had in mind. So look up the Clown Egg Register if you've never heard of it. Because what it is... No. So, for anybody not in the know, the way clowns keep track of their makeup, because a clown's makeup is like a trademarked thing. The way clowns register their... the way they register their makeup to avoid, overlapping with other clowns is they paint an egg with their face makeup design. And this dates all the way back to the 18th century. This is a long tradition. And originally they were real eggs. Now they're, synthetic. But that is indeed how clowns manage their likenesses. It was years ago, I think it was even before I started VTubing, that I'm sure some of you have had this experience where, it's late at night, you're just bumming around, on Amazon, you've had a few drinks, you've been, it's just that kind of night, and you impulse buy something. That's how I ended up with a hardcover copy of the Clown Egg Register, which now lives on my coffee table, and I'm convinced it's a cursed item. They do dying is funny, and it's eggs. Now, I am not coulrophobic. Coulrophobia is the actual word for fear of clowns. I'm not coulrophobic. I find clowns delightful. But I understand why some people are. Right, we're gonna... Spade. Hey, I don't need the pogo stick for a while. I also don't need the axe for a while. Spade, axe, snorkel. I mean, honestly, though, oh, wait, no, I need the big key to open the thing in the floor. Okay, going down here this early was meaningless. See, the thing, though, with... actually, no, I can do this part right now. Wait, no, I can't. Let me rearrange my items. Wait, will I die if I'm in this much water without the snorkel? I'm not gonna fuck around and find out about that. Hold on. Game making me paranoid as hell. I'm so mad about that Indiana Jones gag. There we go. Yeah, but the whole clown egg thing, I can't stop thinking about it. It's such a wonderfully bizarre thing that you would think would have, gone away with the advent of modern technology, but it hasn't. They just keep doing it to present day. The book also has little biographies and write-ups of all the clowns in it, and some of them are very detailed, for historical, very famous clowns. Some are for just currently working clowns, and a few are just crushingly sad for no good reason. One was a husband-wife clown duo, and it's the husband or the wife died and the husband gave up clowning because he was too depressed to bring joy to children anymore. And it's you only devoted 2 lines to these people and you made me feel indescribably sad. Why did you do that? Why did you tell me these things? But yeah, that might be one of my best drunken Amazon purchases. Thank you, American Pineapple. Baby clown shoes for sale, never worn, and they're giant fucking shoes that make a honk honk sound when you walk. God, that's way funnier than it should be. They make a sad honk noise. Oh. Oh, wait. Blasting this now doesn't even do anything for us. Unicycles, depressingly. You know what? I will say, there was a time I was just on a local walking trail, like a paved walking trail. And somebody, I heard a ding-ding, which I associate with somebody going by on bicycle. Nothing strange, and they yell on your left or whatever. So I move over, and it's a unicyclist passes me, and I'm just staring, just agog at this person cruising down the trail on their unicycle. No, I think, sadly, from all the lab experiments, Woozle is sterile. Very, very, very tragic. Yeah, I think unicycling has become rather popular. Oh, I can't go into that grave yet. I don't have the Bible. I'm not going to go into that cursed grave without a Bible. Nothing happened last time, and I'm going to chalk it up to having that Bibli with me. I'm not testing that. The unicycle does look like it's probably a really good way to exercise, though. Because besides just, cardio like you'd get from riding a bike, you're also using so many stabilizer muscles throughout your core to balance. It's probably a good overall exercise activity. I've no desire to try it. I'll stick to 2 wheels. Do you want it to be a sad clown doing that, Dan? Also, one of the clowns in that clown egg registry, I actually already knew a bit of his story, but from the maybe dorkiest source possible. So, for context here, I think most of you know that, I do music professionally, but before I was singing professionally, my main instrument was actually trombone. I do still play trombone, just not as frequently because it's a lot easier to get, singing work than trombone work. But when I was in undergrad, I made great usage of the music library at the school, which is both a library of actual, books and sheet music and scores and whatnot, but also of media. One thing I actually did very frequently was at least once a week, I would go to the music library, I would bring my laptop, and I would also bring a big external hard drive that I had. And what I would do is every time I went to that music library, I would have this hard drive. I'd borrow a CD from the music library and rip it to my hard drive. By the time I graduated, across 2 different hard drives, I had about a terabyte of classical music, a lot of it recordings, specific issues, specific performances, etc., that were long out of print. But one other thing that music library had, which was fantastic, was they had a large collection of laser discs, because tons of classical music performances, like whole recordings of different opera, etc., were issued on Laserdisc because it was a high-end format all the way, into the early 2000s before DVD really took over. And one of them that I was very excited to watch because they had it was a performance of a piece called Sequenza 5 by Barrio, is the composer. And it was a piece written in the 1970s, I believe, for solo trombone. And it's trombone virtuoso Christian Lindberg playing this piece, which is a very, artsy-fartsy experimental performance art piece, where he is on stage in full clown makeup, doing all of these very expressive things and acting with his, trombone, a mute, and everything. And it was inspired by Barrio's experience as a child seeing the famous clown Grok. And he said during the performance, there was one point where during his clowning, he turned and looked at the audience and just in the most agonized voice just said, "Why?" And then just continued on with his performance. And it left a lifelong mark on Barrio. And there's a similar point in that piece for trombone where, he's doing this whole thing and then he just turns to the audience and lets out this awful yell. And you experience such a roller coaster of emotion watching this. Oh, wait, no, I can just pick up the treasure. I forgot. I don't need the key. The key is for the floor in the smuggler's cave. I'm getting things wrong already. But that specific performance, these days it's on YouTube. But at that time, the literal only way to watch it was on Laserdisc. And the school had a copy, so you better believe I watched that. It was great. Yeah, that's the human spirit escaping the clown. all this to say, when I saw the famous clown Grok in that clown egg register, and I saw his egg, and it's an actual photograph of his egg, I remembered that piece and that story. Hold on, I'm going to find a picture of his clown egg if I can. Grok, that was his name. Yep, here we go. They are... I don't want to say that they're all inherently creepy, but I understand why people might be creeped out by them. I'm trying to find his egg specifically. I would probably need to go take a picture of the actual egg from the book. So this is not his egg, but here is a clown egg, so you know what I'm talking about. They are extremely well made. But this is how clowns record their face makeup. Somebody needs to draw the Woozle clown egg. Even the egg looks like it's in agony. So, Karn, in the old days, they would use an egg like you would prepare for, there wouldn't be any egg left inside it. It'd just be a painted shell. These days, they don't use real eggs anymore. They just use a synthetic egg, basically. But the idea has not changed. So I don't think I need the Bibli anymore. Oh, they've got to be detailed, though. How else can you, have your makeup preserved? With nobody copying you. If it's not in excruciating detail. Right, that's what they would do in the old days, Procione. They would hollow it out and, coat it in, wax and varnish. Dwarven Crusader, you don't like my Dizzy Sona? My Yoke Folk OC? How am I supposed to play Treasure Island Dizzy if I'm not dressed for the occasion? All jokes aside, I'm extremely pleased with how this model came out, courtesy of Wordy Durd. She did an amazing job on it. The full Dizzy VR suit. Is there a Dizzy VR game? All right. I've got a dehydrated boat now. Now begins the long boat fetch quest. All right, so now we need an engine for the boat, then we need petrol for the boat, then we need an ignition key for the boat, and basically fuck this guy. Because I need to bring him treasure for each and every one of those things. And I don't, as of yet, know where they all are. So first up, though, I'm going to go get the brandy, which is in Blackbeard's secret kitchen down here. Then I'm going to need to come back here once I have a fire retardant suit. Otherwise, I can't get past that. There we go. Got our snorkel. Getting out of here is tricky. There we go. Now, the other side of here is where I died before, because as I was trying to outrun a big boulder, I then got hit by a falling rock and wanted to kill myself. I was so upset about it. I still think getting by that fish is the dumbest puzzle in the game. Because it's like, obviously he'd still be there, just right off screen. Oh, come on, Dizzy. There we go. You know what, though? I will say in Dizzy's favor, he's got a smile this whole time. Good lad. He's taking it on the chin. He's not upset. Okay, I will need that pogo stick to go back up to the Sky Island to get the fire retardant suit. But I need the fire retardant suit to get by. I'm gonna try the whatchamacallit. Okay, here's the motor. I want to get by that stupid boulder segment if I can. So I'm gonna do that next, because I know I have the treasure from breaking the dynamite thing. We put a motor there. He's gonna ask for payment for the petrol. Now I need to know, is that guy just a really big egg? Or is he a human man? Because he's sort of got an egg-like aspect to him, but I can't tell. And that's frightening and upsetting. I'm not going to take the pogo stick yet. I can come back for it. Oh, wait, no, I can't. I need the... Oh, damn it. I needed to go get the fire retardant suit first. I almost just ran to my death. Getting the order of operations right in this game is very tricky. A bunch of waiting around, but that's okay. I will say, I went from being very frustrated by this game last Monday to very charmed by it tonight. And all that happened was just during the week, like the intervening 2 weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about Dizzy. I don't know why. I think it's because it's this window into a whole different gaming culture. Right. I mean, then again, playing Dizzy after playing Linus makes any game look better. Linus Spacehead is... Very rarely do I say that a game just sucks. Linus Spacehead just sucks. I know I said earlier in the stream that I'm never going to play that again, but part of my deeply diseased gamer brain wants to play Linus Spacehead again and beat it, just because when I look at something like Linus, I understand why the speedrunners who do, like, you know, the awful games block of AGDQ do it. Like, I get it. Do you know what I mean? You might just say, no, you sound like a crazy person, and that's fine. But, like, I don't know, I get it. Because the way to have fun with a game like that is to claw satisfaction out of it. Like, drag it kicking and screaming from this terrible game. Like, I get it. I mean, think of the personal journey I've had with Yo Noid. Going from it being an unbeatable childhood nemesis game of mine to, you know, now I can just sit down and play it through to completion without too much stress. And I have to admit to you, class, I play through Yo Noid to completion, like, at least once every 2 months. Not super frequently, but, like, if I have a free evening and I'm chilling out watching a stream, I might just pop in Yo Noid and beat it while I'm, you know, watching. And I'm aware that makes me sound like a crazy person. But I've played it so much now and put so much time into learning it to beat it that now it's just fun to me. It's not a bad game, it's just very frustrating. It's a very challenging game because of a few design decisions that I wish they hadn't made. Oh, I'm not in speedrun shape for it anymore. I would need to put a lot more time into it. All right. I'm ready to run like hell, but then when I get to the second screen, I gotta stop right away. That's gonna fall. I can just make it. And now I just need to not get hit by a rock. Perfect. And I don't get hit by rocks all the time in real life, so we're fine. And now we have a large diamond to give to that odious man who keeps demanding more and more of us to get us off this hellish island. Why is he here? Why is he here? If he has access to a boat, why won't he just let me go? Oh, I know how. It's very cheeky. That's why I compare this now to something like The Lost Vikings, which if you've never played it, The Lost Vikings is an amazing puzzle platformer. It was on DOS. I think it has an Amiga version as well. And I think there's a Super Nintendo port. Also a Game Boy Advance port. It came much later. But you played 3 different characters who were Vikings that, got abducted by aliens. It's a very silly game. It was made by Blizzard, back when they made lots and lots of different, very fun games. And it's a total classic. It's tons of fun. Really wonderful game. So I don't think I'll need the fire-resistant suit again, but hold on to it for now. No, because I'm going to need to bring a treasure back and the magic pebble. That's what I need. Hello, sir. Back for that gas all year? Well, tell you what, I'll throw in the can for free. Cheeky bastard. Drop those off, pick them back up on the way back. All right, now I need an ignition key. You know what? I'll leave the fire-resistant suit for now. Back again? Oh, you need an ignition key. Well, they don't come for free either. Can I just beat him up? Yeah, The Lost Vikings, I feel like, is a good comparison. Because that game is full of distinctly arbitrary and unfair things. And you know what? I loved it as a kid. Granted, it also was a lot more fair with things like, how many lives you have and the ways you can play the game. But the general idea is the same. And that combined with, these games being cheap as dirt when they came out in the UK on computer, it really made things click for me. And then I found myself all week thinking, I can't wait to play more Dizzy. And it's good news because I have another Dizzy game for NES that I can play after this. Though if I beat this one tonight, I don't think I'm going to start the Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy tonight. I think one Dizzy game is enough for one night. Otherwise, I'm just getting greedy. That, and I have to mentally prepare myself for tomorrow. Oh, that can't be true. Dying is funny. The whole UK exists. No, but tomorrow, I will be undertaking a great challenge. Which is to say, I will be playing Adventure Island for the NES. And that is a truly diabolical game. I mean, really, really diabolical. And I'm going to try to beat it. And you all know, I only play my games on real hardware. I can't make a save state and just, resume from where I left off. It's all or nothing. We're talking real deal. I think I can do it. Especially since I remember as a kid where you need an item that's found in the first set of levels to be able to continue in Adventure Island, which is sadistic and fucked up in a way that I personally really appreciate. Hudson were wild for doing that. Also, the family tree of the Adventure Island / Wonder Boy franchises is really wild. Because it starts with the Wonder Boy arcade game. Adventure Island 1 is a genuinely cruel game in a way that's really hard to explain to somebody who hasn't played it. I do have also Adventure Islands 2 and 4. 4, I have a reproduction cart with the game translated to English. That one is like a full-on Metroidvania. It was actually the final commercially released Famicom game circa 1994. Adventure Island 4 is kind of an oddity in that usually the last commercially released game a system gets is kind of crap. Like, it'll be a low-budget, whatever, just dashed out to make a quick buck. But at that point, Hudson had already launched a home console, mostly seen it fizzle out, and then went back for one last hurrah on the Famicom with an incredibly well-made adventure that ranks among the best on the system. That doesn't happen normally. But they did it. Oh, there you are. I'll be sorry to see you go. You've been my best customer. Wait, can I actually leave? Did I win? This has to be a trap. Also, I don't trust nothing, so I'm going to keep the snorkel in my inventory. You have to walk to keep up with the boat. That's some jank-ass programming. If I fuck up that jump, I'm ending it all. Congratulations! You've escaped the island, but you still need to collect all 30 gold coins. No, the fuck I don't. Fuck off. Hold on. I'm going to take a screenshot real quick. I'm going to go use the bathroom. And then I guess I'm getting those coins. Against all my better judgment. Hold on one sec. Let me tweet that out. I beat Treasure Island Dizzy. Or did I? I'm going for all the coins. All right, I gotta tweet that. I'll be right back. I can't believe it let me leave. I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the bathroom, and when I come back, we're trying to find the last 4 coins. There's only 30, so we did all right. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you for waiting, everybody. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh. Guess what happened? Either when I stood up or sat down, it stopped working. Do I do it all again to try to get 30 coins? Also, good streaks, Prochone and Tachikoma. Also, Riley, romhacking.net. My God, I can't talk tonight. Romhacking.net is closing down? There's no way. Also, I gotta screenshot this. I am pretty close, and it didn't take that long. Oh, even hitting reset, it's there we go. There we go. All right. Is the other ending so worth it? The other ending's just going to be the same, isn't it? It's just going to say good job. Yeah, the eyes, I gotta calibrate them a little better. Okay, that guy turns into a coin. He's got to do something. We're doing it. We're doing it. Also, I've got to say, this is going to sound stupid, but now that I know like what to do, I think this is pretty fun. I think this is a pretty fun game. Let me moonwalk over to that coin. Look how cool he is. Yeah. I am an egg tuber for this game, for this series, Tachikoma. For any Dizzy game, I'm going to be egging it up. Okay, good. They're already being moved. Still. I mean, I used romhacking.net like last week. I've used it for so many translation patches for Famicom Disk System games. Like, that's a massive loss to gaming if they are, you know, effectively being shut down. Did it say why? I didn't click on the article. I didn't take a look. Okay, I'm still moonwalking, which means my left-right controls are totally swapped. Definitely is a little awkward. I feel like I'm handling it pretty well. Just is for a set amount of time, it's going to be like this. Don't know how long, but oh, it switched back. It did it mid-jump, too. That was pretty funny. Okay, there are entire items I never even used. I didn't use that magic pebble, and I know it has a use. I didn't... Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that I haven't seen or done. I know there's a coin down in the air pocket if you go further down. And last time I did that, I had no way to get back up. I don't think the pogo stick will do it. That's what I had thought. I don't think that's right. So can I hit the other B if I jump from here? Yeah. Okay. I don't know where... Ah, there it is. So they turn into coins that go somewhere else. I think that would be 2 coins that weren't accounted for last time, so we're getting closer already. I'm going to try not to look up any guides or anything for this. I want this to be a genuine victory on my part, not, you know, I followed somebody else's guide. That, and I'm pretty sure the guides online are all for, like, the ZX Spectrum or C64 versions. Okay, from here... I'm just trying to think, what was the fastest order of operations? Dizzy's a strong egg, Lumika. Dizzy's a powerful egg. We gotta go the other way. I will say, though, I have changed my mind on Dizzy. I'm cool with Dizzy now. We are allies. My previous animosity towards him is gone. Maybe it was just that Linus Spacehead had poisoned the well before and had predisposed me to not like the other games on this collection. Right, Dizzy and I are egg brothers now. I've been shell-pilled. I feel like that would be more for, like, me coming around on liking TMNT 1 for NES, Sturkis. Though, to be honest, I always liked the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on NES. I just never beat it as a kid. I beat it as an adult. This is just my new... You know, I did say I was getting a live 2D. I just didn't say what kind. No. Actually, I do have some news to share on that front. I do have a new live 2D model in progress to not replace completely my usual 3D model. It probably will be the dominant model going forward once I have it. Probably not until the end of this year, timing-wise. But it is in the works. Nothing to do there. Just wanted to let everybody know that. Let me go drop the detonator over towards where it needs to be. And yeah, that's definitely the consensus from most of the people I know that grew up with it. Dying is funny. Was that it's a really fun game, and playing as all the turtles was fun. It was just really hard. And this is something I've got an axe to grind about. Because I will see usually younger folks online, and they'll always say, oh, the damn level, TMNT, so hard. Nuh-uh. Everybody I knew that grew up with that game had that level memorized. Like, you can get through that in your sleep. It's what comes after where the game starts really getting hard. You know, good luck figuring out level 3, and even if you do, after that point, hey Dice, how you doing? And after that point, you gotta deal with, if you get to level 4, that one's crazy hard. Right. 55 streak, that's amazing, Rad. Also, how you doing? Yeah, no, the damn level is nothing. And you can switch between turtles. If one gets low on health, just swap to somebody else. And then in stage 3, you can farm pizzas. Like, it's not that big a deal. See, the Gravedigger Spade, I know, needs to go on the other side. Right, it's the first wall people hit, but it's literally level 2. And level 1 is so easy that even as a kid, I never really got a game over on level 1, you know? Especially because you could cheese the hell out of the first boss as Donatello. And let's be real, besides being the best turtle anyway, Don is also so much the best in that game. It's probably a big part of why he's my favorite turtle anyway. I did like TMNT 2 as well, don't get me wrong. I just played a ton of 1 as well. 2 I did play a lot because my brother and I could play that co-op. And any game you could play co-op with your brother is going to be a lot of fun. Because 1, it's a game you can play together. And 2, your parents will love it because it means you're not arguing over whose turn it is to play Nintendo. So we would play a lot of TMNT 2, the arcade game. We'd play a lot of Contra. Play a lot of Double Dragon 2. God, Double Dragon 2 is still one of my favorite games of all time. Specifically the NES version. Frankly, every other version of Double Dragon 2 sucks. Even like the the arcade original Double Dragon 2. I'm sorry, that slowdown is unacceptable for an arcade game. Oh wait, I need to drop the Gravedigger's spade and pick up the crowbar, the saltwater crowbar. Oh, is Radical Rescue the third one on original Game Boy? The one that's almost like a Metroidvania? Oh wait, I need to go up to switch my item order. Wait, no, I can do that with the Pogo. That's the one I don't have on Game Boy. I have 1 and 2 on Game Boy. I remember the game Dead to Rights and it being a pretty big hit, to the point that it sort of started a little franchise. So there was a sequel, wasn't there? But no, I didn't play that with my brother. The last co-op game I remember playing with him, we're both pretty much adults by this point too, was Lego Star Wars, the first one, on GameCube. And, yeah, because when did that come out? 2005? Oh no, it was a grimdark catastrophe. Okay, I gotta go change my item order. Oh yeah, any Contra game co-op was a surefire good time. And my brother and I played so much Contra as kids. We did both get good enough at Contra that we have each beaten original NES Contra without the 30 lives cheat. I could not do that right now. I would need to practice the game so much to get back to that point. But we played that game a ton. We would also regularly play the 2-player mode on stuff like Mario 3, where you're just handing the controller back and forth. Which I feel like is an underappreciated form of multiplayer these days. Because kids don't have to do that anymore, so they don't. You know. But handing the controller back and forth when each one of you dies, you can have a lot of fun that way. So friggin' heck, it scrambled me a bit, and then it scrambled itself. The cartridge stopped working after I beat it the first time. But I didn't get the good ending, so I'm working on getting the good ending now. I don't know if it's going to be worth it, but I'm gonna do it. Oh, see, we didn't have the level stipulation, Rad. It was if you were doing well, you would hold on to it. Especially if it was a game with an explicit 2-player mode like Mario, where you did just hand the controller back and forth anyway. $30 coins. All right, so in the order I need them: shovel, pogo stick, snorkel. It really didn't make sense to do that yet because I still need a key and a flame suit. Oh, but now I'll bring this to the other side now. Oh no, I can't really because my items are in the wrong order. Oh wait, I can fix the order over here. That's... I guess I can accept the item management being part of the challenge of this game and deliberately like that. But at the same time, I really feel like other games that were contemporaneous with this had much better item management. I don't think it would be unreasonable to expect more sensible item management in this game. It would certainly make it a lot faster, because having to constantly go back above water to shuffle items around so that I don't accidentally drown myself would be a welcome change, I must say. Because we have to go back and forth across that ocean at least like 5 more times. Specifically to get treasures. To pay the damn guy for the boat. But right now, because I can, I'm going to go blow up the big rock. I'm not going to take the treasure yet, because there's no point. Because I can't even get it. No, I could get it to the guy now, I suppose. Let me place the dynamite first. Because I'm playing Dizzy Egg. Why else would I be an egg? Also, how you doing, Corin? Dizzy model cannot wear a Doom helmet, unless I just put like a PNG of my Doom helmet on it. I suppose I could do, but... You know, it's a shame that I finished Pirate Doom 2 already, because that would go great. Let me blow this up. Blam! I don't need that treasure yet, but good to have it. Ooh, do I need... I do need the pogo stick for the flame suit. I may as well bring the flame suit down now. Okay, that's fair then, Rad. Neither me nor my brother were good enough at any one game to run it without any incident. Oh, know what I just saw a really fun video about the other day from Mario speedrunner Cosmic. One of the speedrun categories for the original Super Mario Bros. Is beating the game without running, without ever once pressing the B button. And it looks super challenging. And it makes me want to try doing that. I've never streamed Mario 1, 2, or 3 because my thought was, well, that won't be very interesting. You'd just be watching somebody who's, like, kind of okay at Mario. Like, I can pop in Super Mario Bros. 1, 2, or 3 and, beat them not stress-free, but, like, relatively easily because I grew up playing them. So they're hard, but they're not impossible, I do think a lot of people take Mario's difficulty for granted because they grew up playing Mario and then don't think of Mario as that hard. But if you hand Mario to somebody that's never played it before, original Super Mario Brothers, it's a really hard game. So is Mario 3. Look like Jekyll and Hyde. I'm still so proud of myself for beating Jekyll and Hyde on stream and getting the good ending, which incidentally is the easier ending to achieve, but still, I was quite proud of that achievement. I am also in the most predictable turn of events. Oh, it sure does, Dwarven Crusader. in the most predictable turn of events possible. I am now very willing to go to bat for Jekyll and Hyde on NES. I think it's a much more interesting game than people give it credit for, and not nearly as bad as people think. I'm not going to say it's a great game, because it's not, but it's not so bad as people would have you believe. There are far worse games on the NES. Now, it is deliberately frustrating as a game, which doesn't sound like a good thing to be, and most of the time it's not. But it ties directly into what you are supposed to take away from that game. Oh wait, I need that big iron key. Hold on. Simon's Quest is a great game. I'm tired of the slander it gets. There are flaws, but I'll say this too. As a kid, I didn't know anybody who was like, oh, Castlevania 2 sucks. No, it was cool as hell. The game's sick. Oh, you know what? We were talking about it last night, and it's been making the rounds. Braid and the Witness developer, Jonathan Blow, has been, I don't know if complaining is the right word, but talking about how apparently there was a Braid definitive or anniversary edition or something, and complaining quite a bit about how it sold like shit. His words, not mine. Hey, Hiyori, welcome. Let me shout you out. Welcome on in, Raiders. I have been strucken by the dizzy disease. I beat it. I beat it, Hiyori, but I didn't have all 30 coins. So I'm doing it again. I'm doing it a second time. But welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name's Professor Bloom. Normally, I don't look like this. Normally, I look like this. Hold on. Oh, that's not it. No, normally I look like this. Oh, the webcam has broken. This is my only model. But I play lots of retro games on real hardware, do a lot of singing, organize a VTuber choir, and play lots of Doom 2 custom megawads. Tonight, I am beating Treasure Island Dizzy for the NES. The Dizzy games are particularly famous in the UK. As Mimic Chest has pointed out, the 50 hertz autism. The real professor is tied up on the floor. Where did I leave this damn shovel? Hey, Felly, how's it going? I know I left the Gravedigger shovel somewhere. But I need that. Is it still on the other side of the ocean? What? I always look like this for a Hime. Don't you remember from yesterday? Well, what were you up to, Hiyori? I am happy to say I did beat this. I just didn't get all of the coins, so I'm trying again. Ooh, Xenosaga 3. Very nice. I had to check I had the snorkel equipped. I panicked for a second, thought I didn't. How is Xenosaga 3 $200? I think I paid $20 for Xenosaga 3. I don't think I paid more than $10 for any of the games in that series. Granted, I bought them all a long time ago. 15 years ago, nobody cared about PS2 games. They did not cost shit. Like, you could just walk into a store and pick up like 5 PS2 games for $5. And I'm not talking just like whatever games. You could get anything. I paid, I think, $10 for God Hand. Probably in 2010. They were worthless. Oh, I know. The bubble's gonna burst at some point. Did I leave the Gravedigger shovel up on the Sky Island? Whoop! Almost died. Almost ran right into that guy. Now, I like the Xenosaga games quite a lot, but there's no way that any of them are worth the prices they command. Well, no, I think $1 or $20 for Xenosaga 1, that's fine. You're getting a lot of game for your $20. Where did I leave this damn shovel? I thought it was right over here. I would love that howl. I don't know who owns the rights anymore. Where did I leave this shovel? For Persona 3, God no. Persona 3 is good, but it's fine. So, I did play a little of the Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy Kuwakuri, but I have not completed that one yet. That will be the next Dizzy game I take on after this one. And I did beat this one already tonight, but not with all of the coins. So I'm now going through and trying to get all of them. There are a very few exceptions for Hime where I would pay over $100 for an individual game. But that is very few and far between. Where did I leave this stupid shovel? There's one game, I don't even know if it's right to call it a game. There's one piece of software that there is a listing on eBay, and it has been whispering to me like the Green Goblin mask for months now. And it is called Laser Birdie Get in the Hole for the Super Famicom. And the reason why I hesitate to call it a game is because it is a golf swing simulator that comes with a plastic golf club that you swing over a pad with a little golf ball thing on it that translates your swing accurately as if you were hitting a real golf ball, turning your Super Nintendo into a golf swing simulator. Now, those are pretty common everywhere now, but they've always been fairly common in Asia, somewhat in Japan, very much so in South Korea. And there were very few copies of this system ever made, probably sub 5,000. So when they are up for sale, they are quite expensive. It is also a game that is not currently emulatable. There does not exist a workaround to emulate that software. What? You got a problem with eggs, Remy? There is also pretty much only one video on YouTube of the system in use, and it is from 17 years ago. Where is this shovel? Where did I leave it? Did I leave it in the clouds? So, if I were to buy that system, there is one currently listed after shipping for about $450 US, which is more than anybody should ever spend on a single video game. But it is genuinely scarce. It's not like, games like Earthbound are expensive because a lot of people want them, not because it's a rare game. It's not. Plenty of copies are out there. Where did I leave this stupid shovel? Oh, wait, I think I remember now. It would be an interesting collection piece. It's also worth pointing out, dying is funny, I love retro golf games to the point that I have over 100 just retro golf games, dating back to the literal first video game golf game, which is computer golf for the Magnavox Odyssey 2. I can't totally explain to you why I love golf games that much. I don't have the Golden Tee plug and play. But talking specifically for retro consoles, I just love them. I don't know why. They're a ton of fun. So getting something like that, one, I would actually play it. You know, I don't buy stuff for it to sit on my shelf. Every, bizarre retro oddity I buy, I'm playing them. You know, like, I have over 400 NES games. I play them. They're not just there to sit on the shelf. But I can't really justify spending $400 on a single game. If it were $250, I would already have bought it. I might just message the seller and be like, I'll give you $250 right now, if you're willing to come down to that price. If you like it, Alruin, this is my Dizzy model. So where the hell is this Gravedigger's spade? All credit to the model goes to Wordy Dirt. She did a great job. Right, they'd probably say $390. The thing is, I can't justify spending that much on a single game. What I can justify doing is what I'm actually considering doing. The next console I buy, probably going to be the last for a while. I would like to get a nice PC Engine Duo so that I can finally explore that very large game library of, the TurboGrafx, PC Engine, CD, that whole system. Because it is one that, other than ports to other stuff and some emulation, I have very little overall experience with the TurboGrafx PC Engine library. There are a ton of games I know I would love, and I'm willing to spend, between $250 to $300 for a nice one that's already been region modded, has all the conveniences taken care of, either RGB modded, composite modded. I think the Turbo Duo by default has composite out, but I know the standard PC Engine and TurboGrafx 16 were only RF out unless you got the booster. Point being, I think it would be a lot smarter to spend that kind of money on, the PC Engine Duo and an EverDrive than to spend it on one piece of, golf software for the Super Famicom. Cool as that would be. Seriously, where did this shovel go? Did it, get despawned somehow? Did I leave it down here? Nope. It's gotta be somewhere. Oh, I think I know where I left it. That or I'm gonna have to restart the game. Did I leave it in this fish? Nope. A handheld SNES player would be neat. I know there are a couple of those on the market. Or you could make your own. I've seen some people do that, and it's very cool. It's like a fun project kind of thing. Wait, I had already used the damn shovel. I'm so stupid. Oh my god. I can't be this dumb. Oh. Wow. I feel so stupid. I already dug up the grave. I just spent 20 minutes looking for a shovel that I did not need. What I needed was to go down here. We're gonna start collecting some treasures. Gonna use the key to open this up. It really did, Mr. Karras. You found Blackbeard's secret kitchen. No one has entered here in hundreds of years. Someone pointed out earlier, how did the person writing the sign know that? Which I think is very funny. The other systems that are whispering in my ear, I did see at one of my local retro game stores a ColecoVision for sale for $130, and I was sorely tempted. I almost bought it before remembering that my basement is torn up right now because my hot water heater burst, and so everything that's not my NES is in storage, and I wouldn't have anywhere to put this ColecoVision if I bought it, but I really want one. Also, that sounds awful, Aaron. I know it's, I think, just dipping below 80 Fahrenheit here right now. All right, let's give this asshole vintage brandy so we can start building our boat. That's what we gotta do. That'll do nicely. Here's the boat you need. Take it to the pier. So he gives us a dehydrated boat, which I've got to admit is pretty funny. There's our boat. Means now we are going to go do the Indiana Jones bullshit to get our big diamond to give this guy. I guess you'll be wanting a motor. Got one here, but it'll cost you. He charges you for a motor, for the petrol, and then for the ignition key. So he's an asshole. All right, and I got to remember when I make it to the screen transition, do not freak out. Also, for this part, you do need the fire-resistant suit, because if you don't have it, you will get killed by that candle right there. Making that jump is surprisingly tricky. Oh, so I've done the same thing, Felly, where I try to see... I've had that competition with my friends. I used to bowl in a league. The fastest I ever clocked was with my 16-pound ball, was 29.5 miles per hour. I very nearly threw my arm out doing that. Oh, that was close. All right, we're good. Yeah, I have a 16-pound ball that I use. It's for 10-pin bowling, obviously. Candlepin and duckpin, the balls are standardized. Coleco is really the only, what I'd call major system of that generation I don't have. Dying is funny because I have an Atari 2600, I have an Atari 5200, I have an Atari 7800, I have an Intellivision, and I have Magnavox Odyssey 2. I don't have, like, smaller systems like the Bally Astro Arcade. I don't have one of those. Well, I have seen one for sale, but I was not about to spend $300 on that. I don't have a Fairchild Channel F, which I would like to have, but you very rarely see those for sale. And I can live without one just fine. Right, we're not going to need the pogo stick again. We will need that Bible to get the cursed treasure. Have your diamond. Let me go put the motor on the boat. and think, oh, the other system I regret selling. I regret selling my Atari Jaguar. Yes, Honktown. Actually, if you can believe it, this game that you're seeing right now, Treasure Island Dizzy, was ported to the Atari Jaguar in 2017. Can you believe that? I can. Got a physical release, too. Isn't it cute, Bones? Wordy Beard did an amazing job with it. The UK in particular really love their Jag games. Jaguar has a very dedicated community. Also, I apologize, I can't not say it the British way. The American way of saying Jaguar is so stupid. I hate it. Jaguar sounds nicer. The Jag got commercial games released at retail all the way up to 2002, which is insane when you consider that it was largely a failed system that launched in 1993. But you know what? So I used to have a Jaguar. I sold it. When did I sell it? I think I sold it around 2015 or so. And I was moving. And I needed a little extra cash. And I'll be honest, the only times I would ever play the Jag... Oh no, this is bad. I can't pick that treasure up yet until I do a little item shuffling. But the only times I would play it were to play the very good port of Doom on it. Seriously, the Jaguar version of Doom is great. But it was that and Tempest 2000. Tempest 2000, I can play for hours and hours at a time. Alright, reason I need to swap these items around is because I'm pretty sure you need the Holy Bible to make it through there. I did play Cybermore Felly. I don't think it's nearly as bad as people say. It's almost like a 3D version of Defender. I would love to get... Here's another Jaguar to Nuon connection. It was 3,000 on the Nuon. In a posh British accent, I can try. Here we are in the rainforest, and if you look very closely, there's a Jaguar not far from us. I can't really do a British accent. Yes, but Tempest 3000 and Iron Soldier 3 were both Nuon games that are sequels to Atari Jaguar games. Iron Soldier being a Jaguar game and Iron Soldier 2 being a Jaguar CD game. Now, I never had a Jag CD, and I probably never will. Thing is, I got a good amount of money for my Jag when I sold it, but they've gone up even more since then. You know what? I think I can carry both treasures across at the same time right now. Yeah, I totally can. I'm going to do that. Now, I saw a Jaguar for sale at a local store for about $400-something. And... What? Oh! I didn't have the Bible. I didn't have the Bible. Oh... That's so funny. That's so funny. So I can't bring both treasures at once. Holy shit, that's funny. This game rules. This game is for sickos. Well, let's try again. But yeah, no, I can't pay that much for a Jaguar. It's not worth it. I can't believe I forgot I needed the Bible. It's a cursed treasure. Of course the pirate who cursed me is gonna fuck me up for it. Thing is, when I had a Jag, I had a lot of the library for it. And there are some great games on it. But not enough. Not enough to make it worth it to me. Now, maybe if I got a flash cart for it, then it would be worth doing. And there must be a Jaguar flash cart. No, not all of them. Honestly, the most, interesting part of the Jaguar these days is the really amazing homebrew scene. Like, for example, this game, Treasure Island Dizzy, got a physical release on Jaguar in 2017. Out of This World, Another World, the famous cinematic platformer, got a Jaguar retail release in 2019. It is still a platform receiving real games, which is super cool. But not $400 cool, That said, if I saw one for $150, I'd buy one right away. With the Virtual Boy, I'm lucky to have two of them because I bought them when no one cared about the Virtual Boy. No one cared about the Virtual Boy. One of them I actually bought it as broken. Well, I used to have three. But the second one I have currently, I bought it as broken for under $20. Well, you gotta keep in mind, the Virtual Boy was worth literally nothing for the longest time. It wasn't until much, much later that anybody cared about them at all. So, I never paid more than $30 for an entire Virtual Boy. Which is kind of funny to say nowadays, that they've become quite expensive. And the thing is, I will defend the Virtual Boy as a library. I will not defend it as a business decision. The Virtual Boy was a bad idea. Or rather, it was an okay idea implemented extremely poorly. Because it was never supposed to be just two colors. It was always supposed to be a full color system. Yes, so T&E Soft Golf, great. Wario Land is great. Mario Tennis is great. Jack Bros I don't have because I had a chance to buy a copy in 2009, but it was $100 even then, and I could not afford that at the time. Vertical Force is very good. Virtual Pinball is pretty fun. Tellero Boxer is amazing. Tellero Boxer is a first-person giant mech combat game developed by the same team that did Punch-Out. Controls extremely well, too. But it is brutally, mercilessly hard. I mean, impossibly so. I love it, but it's really hard. Red Alert is a super cool kind of Star Fox style game on Virtual Boy. High recommendation there. Thing is, the actual games on Virtual Boy, for the most part, are pretty good. It's just they shouldn't have made the Virtual Boy. And they, rushed it out the door very prematurely. There is a homebrew community for Virtual Boy. There's actually an amazing Street Fighter II port called Hyper Fighting, I think. The Virtual Boy was not a weak system either. And there were a bunch of games that were set to come out that got canceled because of the system's underperformance. One of them was completed. And, what am I thinking? One of them was completed, Bound High, it was called. And actually, you can play that completed on... There is a Virtual Boy Flash cartridge, believe it or not. And it's a complete game, and it looks great. It looks like it would be a ton of fun to play. Makes me very sad that we never got to see essentially the second generation of Virtual Boy software, that it never got. The system was off store shelves within like 9 months. It didn't even make it a full year. Well, I only have 2, Aaron. One I bought as a spare parts Virtual Boy because it was advertised as one of the eyes didn't work. And that, I've told the story before, that one actually fixed itself because I bought it in the like middle of summer and it had to sit in my car for a little while and it was very hot. And that actually fixed the problem because the main thing that goes wrong with the displays on Virtual Boy, because they are 2 independent eyes, essentially, what happens with them is the thing that keeps it together is just glued on, basically, and it will come unseated, so you have to like use a heat gun and reseat this one cable. Throwing the system in the oven wrapped in a towel for a little bit, or using a heat gun on it, actually will solve that problem, believe it or not. It's very funny. Damn it, I was trying to hit that thing. So I inadvertently solved mine by leaving it in a hot car, and it's been fine ever since. There are a surprising number of video game consoles you can fix by baking them in the oven for a little while. Or you can fix the 72-pin adapter for your NES by boiling it. This is not a joke. This is a real thing you can do. There we go. That should have put... There we go. Hidden coin. Yeah, so you take the 72-pin adapter out of the NES, you boil it for a little while, and when you take it out, you insert and pull out a cartridge like a dozen times in quick succession, which will re-bend the pins when they're still malleable to be kind of in the correct position. It does work. Right, but it wasn't the solder. It's like glued on. It's a very cheap solution that they did. Let's get things in the right order here. There we go. That sounds like it wouldn't work very well for a Hime. Right, the oven thing, it sounds like a joke, but it's really not. Electronics can withstand a pretty gigantic range of temperatures. I mean, obviously, don't subject them to extreme temperatures for no reason. But, you know, wrapping your 360 in a towel and putting it in the oven for a little bit isn't actually going to harm it much. Which, again, I know sounds ridiculous, but... Right, when there's no current going through something, it can take almost anything. Because I love that they didn't even bother making an animation for Dizzy doing the pogo there. They just launch him into the sky like crazy. That was very close. That almost went poorly. Let's see. I'll leave the Gravedigger's spade. No, I won't. Oh, no, because I need to pry that rock up. Where do I want to leave the spade? I can't think of a good spot to leave it. Right, exactly, Faxborn. Like, you're not going to hurt it. I find a lot of people who aren't comfortable doing any kind of electronics maintenance think they're really fragile. And the reality is, electronics are so much more durable than most people give them credit for. Like, it's almost impossible to break an NES cartridge without really trying to. And even if you're really trying to, you know, if you break a trace on the board, I can patch that trace. Like, you know, it's very hard to destroy a cartridge short of, like, you know, exploding one of the chips, which at that point you're going super out of your way to damage the thing, you know? Like, you're not doing that in the natural course of using it. Look how happy Dizzy is. Goes into the big fish. Let's reshuffle our items while we're at it. The fish does look like it's seen more horrors than anybody ought to. Right. I do not mess with CRTs. Even though I know how to, you know, discharge them, I will leave that to a professional. That's not for me to do. You know what? I can grab the Gravedigger's shovel now. Right. CRTs are for professionals, but game consoles themselves, if it's already broken, who cares? Mess around with it. You're not going to make it more broken, and if you do, it already wasn't working, so what do you care? You know? Apple's anti-right to repair stuff really pisses me off. Like, that's horse shit. I bought it. I should get to do what I want with it. Now, don't tell me I can't open up my own thing and put a new battery in it. Ridiculous. No, I know I bought a license to use it. I don't buy Apple products, though. Oh, right. You can't even, you know, get removable batteries anymore. It's not an option. Though I think that has been challenged in court quite a lot now. Yeah, but please think of the shareholders. If number doesn't go up, we'll be executed and they'll murder our families. Let's see. What do I need here? I'm so mad about the standard 3.5 millimeter jack disappearing by and large. That's one of the worst trade-offs we've ever made. It's just awful. I want to be able to charge my phone and listen to something on it at the same time. And the fact that you can't just do that sucks. Oh yeah, optical media bays, long gone. Long gone. And I'm not a Luddite. Like, yes, I have Bluetooth earbuds, because you kind of need them to exist in the world now. You know. Oh, you don't, but you know what I'm saying. They are useful to have. But yeah, removable batteries. They were good. We used them for a reason. I've got vintage brandy now. Let us deliver that to this odious man trying to gatekeep us from a boat. So I now have sticks of dynamite. Oh my god, me too, Woozle. The first smartphone I ever bought was the first Motorola Droid, which was an amazing phone at the time. It had that full slide-out keyboard. Look, swipe, you know, hadn't been invented yet. Yeah, straight up alcohol in an NES game. You know why, Mr. Karras? This game is not licensed. by Nintendo. Codemasters published this without the Nintendo seal of approval through a company called Camerica. It is not an officially licensed game. That's why there's also graves, there's a Bible. Yeah, the eye tracking, I think my glasses mess with it quite a bit. Oh, it's not rare. This game's like $10. It's quite a common game, believe it or not, but... Hey, Boniface, it is indeed the Bleg. It's the Bloom Egg. Let's go put a dehydrated boat into the water. Plonk. I mean, there were quite a lot of unlicensed NES games of varying quality. This is definitely among the best. Make of that what you will. All right, let's get him his motor. Okay, so I can go do that now. Nope, I need the fire retardant suit. Means I need the pogo stick. Which means I'll do the stick of dynamite first. Yeah, because I've got to go back and forth either way. There's a lot of going back and forth across the ocean here. Okay, rubber snorkel is in my bottom item slot. That's where you always want it, so that you don't accidentally drop it and drown instantly, because that's a thing you can do here. That is absolutely a thing you can do in this game, and it sucks. Hey, Ren, welcome. Let me shout you out. What were you up to? For any raiders joining from Ren, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing, play a lot of retro games on real hardware, and organize VTuber Choir. PS1 roulette today, very nice. What did you come up with? Yeah, Soviet Slow. I turned myself into an egg. This is my Dizzy Egg Sona. My Dizzy Sona, my Yolk Folk OC. I turned myself into an egg. All credit to Wordy Dirge. She did an amazing job cooking up this Bloom egg in 3 days. Looks great. Also, I have beaten this game now, but I'm trying to beat it harder by collecting all 30 coins. Oh, Pandemonium. Oh, the final round. That's a golf game by Konami that has a really cool visual presentation, a cool swing meter for the drive and chipping, and then dog shit putting. Does that sound right? Pandemonium also is a super cool 2.5D platformer. I have the Saturn version. And that game could easily give someone motion sickness. Okay, wrong Konami's final round. God, I love video games. There we go. Oh, okay. So what did you think of the golf one? I have not put that one on my tier list yet, though I have played it a fair bit. It is it's a game. It's really just, the putting is so difficult. What has science done? It's turned me into an egg 8 lives. Ooh, Pandemonium. Fun thing with that game. It got ported to the Nokia N-Gage. And let me tell you, trying to play that on an N-Gage is nuts. It's something, all right. Also, I've tweeted about it. I don't know if I've mentioned it much on stream. I do now have a fully functioning N-Gage QD. No, I didn't buy it to play Pandemonium. I bought it to play Xanadu Next. Which is a Falcom action RPG. I'm gonna bring the magic pebble across while I'm at it. So the N-Gage, the thing with the N-Gage, Nokia were 100% right that people wanted to play games on their phone. Like, indisputably 100% correct. They just got it wrong. Right, there is no video out at all from the QD or from any N-Gage model. What there might be is a later model Nokia phone that is backwards compatible with N-Gage 1 software, does have a video out option through an obscure cable. And I'm going to look into getting one of those phones because I would love to be able to show off N-Gage games running on real hardware. This is kind of what kills me about mobile gaming, Aaron, is that for several years, for pretty much all of the mid-2000s, until like smartphones the way we think of them now, you know, their current form factor is a blank slab, until that became the dominant form, you had tons of really interesting mobile game concepts and versions of other games. And yeah, Game Gear Sonic, hands down. Not even close. Game Gear Sonic 1 is a really good game. Game Gear Sonic 2 can go straight to hell. Game Gear Sonic 2, as far as I'm concerned, that game ends at the first boss. It's insane. I don't know who allowed it to exist in that form. It's so zoomed in, you cannot see what's happening. Now, both of those games on the Master System are actually quite good. Like, I have no real complaints about them in that case. Okay, let's put a motor on our boat. Also, the N-Gage Sonic is kind of weird because I'm pretty sure it's a port of the Neo Geo Pocket Color Sonic, though I have not spent enough time with it to be able to check that for sure. Neo Geo Pocket Color Sonic is also a weird one. I don't actually dislike it, but it is hard to play with a very cramped field of view. Alright, so I need the flame retardant suit. SNK making consoles again when? I'm fine with it. just put your games on stuff. That's all you need to do, really. Pogo stick, snorkel. Gonna do the flame suit first, which means I need to go up and grab it. Then I can get the diamond, and then it's crossing over to get the cursed treasure, which I will not forget the Bible this time. Very important. I got struck down by the wrath of God, or by some manner of vile curse. I'm not going to mess with it, is what I'm saying. I already fucked around and found out. Sure is, Neener Wiener. I am currently playing Treasure Island Dizzy. I've actually already cleared it once tonight, but I didn't get all 30 coins. So now I'm trying again to get all 30 coins. And it's hard. It's a hard game. I am very proud, though. I have not used a guide. I've just been playing it. And doing pretty well, I would say. Also, we need to make sure we have a clear item slot when we go for the diamond with the Indiana Jones bullshit. Right, I didn't beat it hard enough, so I'm doing it again. What if there's a better ending, Woozle? What if there's a scene where I get to watch Daisy Egg kiss Dizzy? I can't miss that. My gamer cred can't live with, you beat it, but you didn't get the good ending. You know? Plus, I even said this week I'm challenging myself to beat hard games. And I've already beaten this tonight. Tomorrow, I am taking on Adventure Island for the NES. And that's gonna be an ordeal. I'm gonna miss the secret, extra, super duper treasure. How hard is Adventure Island? I would say it's probably in the running for hardest game I will have attempted to beat on stream. Like a real solid candidate for it. Trying to think what is the hardest game I've beaten on stream. Oh, definitely harder than Deadly Towers. Deadly Towers is not that hard in execution. It's more hard in figuring out what to do and where to go and how to play. Adventure Island's quite straightforward. It's just brutal. I think Mylon's Secret Castle, that's a pretty hard one. I beat that. Solstice, not that bad. Not that challenging. The Immortal, that was very hard. Tokaido is very hard. I have not cleared that yet, Boniface, though I do still play it in my downtime, and I do plan to do a long stream trying to take it on again. I did attempt to beat it on stream. I'm going to attempt to beat it again. I've streamed it like 3 times now, I think. It's very hard. I also think it's better than Adventure Island. Like, Adventure Island is a pretty polished game. But I don't know, I think Tokaido is better. It's certainly much more interesting. I did beat Atlantis no Nazo. That's hard, but not unbeatable. Right, we've put the petrol in. Trying to think, what other really hard games? I beat Transformers Convoy no Nazo. That wasn't that hard. I mean, it wasn't easy, but it wasn't like, this is impossible. No one can beat this. It's just kind of bad. Okay. They were cheating in Mahjong. That's the thing. Those ladies cheated. Also, let's go get ourselves some pirate treasure. I did eventually beat all of those Mahjong ladies, just not on stream. Home Run Derby, that's easier. It's only you that has trouble. Thank you, Bilbo. No, you are the dizzy streamer par excellence. I have cleared this once tonight. I just didn't get all 30 coins, so I'm doing it again. Also, I'm very happy with this this dizzy Sona of mine. Have a good one, Deet. Also, I very embarrassingly got struck down by the wrath of God because I forgot my Bible. You never want to forget your Bible. Okay, I can't take the treasure yet because I need to rearrange my items, and I need to go above water for that. So we are up to 27 coins. When we finished the game last time, we only had 26. And I know one is on the final island, so there's only 2 coins left for me to find. Things are going pretty well. This game would be a lot... It's 30. Yep. This game would be a lot easier if you could just open an inventory screen to move things around. But you can't. So deal with it. Get used to it. Oh, that's too funny, Honktown. Yeah, my plans for the Dizzy series, though, as it goes, after this one, not tonight, but I will commit to beating the Fantastic Adventure of Dizzy, which is a much larger scale game. Like, it has scrolling screens, much better graphics and music and control. It's a much better game. It's like a real video game, and not this. Oh, that's easy, Woozle. Non-standard or awkward mechanics. force you to learn to play a game on its own terms, and to set aside your assumptions about what a game should be, and instead make you look at what the game in front of you is. And I think the ability to do that as a player is really valuable, and not to be discarded simply because we've come up with something quote-unquote better. My go-to example is tank controls. Tank controls, even in something like a 3D platformer, aren't an inherently bad design decision. They are the design decision, and the game is built around them. So something like Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider is not awkward or clunky to control. You learn how to play it, and then the game's level design unfolds before you. Yeah, Jumping Flash. Awesome game. Even Croc. So I have Croc on Saturn. Right, I was just bringing it up, Bilbo. The Saturn version does have the option for analog control using the Saturn 3D pad, which is my Saturn controller of choice. However, when I play Croc, I don't use that controller. I instead use... Well, no, I do use that controller, but I set it not to the analog setting, but the D-pad setting, because Croc controls better as an analog game. Wait, did he not take the treasure? Croc also has the excuse of being one of the first 3D platformers, as we understand them now. Right, it's way harder with analog control. There's our ignition key. Okay, so we can take the boat to the island now. I'm going to hold off on that because that's where our last coin is. I'll leave the ignition key there. I need my snorkel. But I'm going to check out... There's two places I know I haven't been. One is the cave down below the air pocket. And the other is right up here. Because I know if you place the magic pebble, you teleport. Ah. I see. These flippers must be... Oh, there's a bunch of clouds up there. That makes me think... Okay, so these flippers are for sure gonna let me go down into that, whatchamacallit, that space beneath the air pocket. I'll enter from here. Follow this guy. It also took me an embarrassingly long amount of time to realize you just needed to wait for this guy to go off screen. There we go. Okay. There's just one coin left somewhere. I don't know where. That's great. Oh wait, I have an idea. Is there anything in this stretch of open ocean that I couldn't see before? No. But there is a fish over there that will kill me. I thought maybe, just maybe, they would be cheeky enough to hide something out here. Now the true dizzy begins. I have one other lead I'm gonna check up on. Okay, nothing in that tree. I've also been checking every tree and door. I think I got the ones that come from... Well, the flipper let me swim in the first place, Aaron, because otherwise you sink and simply die if you go down into that room in the air pocket. Let's rearrange our items. Now, there are clouds for me to jump on. Makes me think there must be... Nope, nothing that way. Okay, so let's think about it. It's gotta be on the other side. Gotta be on the other side. I think. 28. But where? That's what's killing me. Because I don't want to just like start crossing the ocean all willy-nilly and just hope to find it. I'm trying to like mentally go through it here. So I would love if it's just on this side, but I don't know that it would be. I'm really wondering, because I went into the fish's mouth. Don't worry about it. I'm trying to think what ones I got. I think I got all the ones that were just in trees or doorways. Let me just... Okay, nothing there. I don't think I need the pogo stick for anything else anymore. That only has one usage as far as I am aware. And I've done it already. Nothing in that tree. I've gotten all the critical items. Do you have anything else to say to me? You've cleaned me out, Dizzy. There's nothing left. Yeah, unless there's one just like... I think I got... Yep, I got that. I don't think there's one there. Nope. Wasn't here, I don't think. Yeah, because I would have seen it from there. What's this say? Danger, no swimming off this pier. Oh my god. Now, which versions did you play, Bilbo? I'm curious. Wait, I've just had an idea. Could there be something off to this side? No hidden coin up here? I'm wondering if I land on top of that, is there a coin hidden there? I kind of doubt it, but it doesn't seem impossible. But I want to try. The preponderance of clouds in strange spaces makes me think there's got to be something hiding up there, but that could just be a red herring. Okay, I don't think that's a jump I can make anyway. I don't think there's anywhere else the magic pebble would work. There is another, like, wall on the other side of the map, but I don't think it does anything. So I don't know about that. It's got to be on the other side. Like maybe the hut doors or something. Well, let's go explore the other side one last time. I'll check all the trees along the way. I will admit, I always have a low-grade nervousness exploring, like, every time I cross the ocean. Just because things could go wrong. I could just mess up and touch an enemy and die. You know, like, it can happen. I got the one on top of the pirate ship. I got the one on that side of the pirate ship. All right, we are back over here to start investigating every tree and door. Nothing there. At this point, it's almost like visiting old friends, you know? I think I got this tree. I did. Also, I will accept a little backseating. If somebody knows definitively where it may be, I would not say no to a little prodding. Not that tree. Yep, I got that door. Pretty sure I got the one down here. Also, thinking of the Spectrum version, I really want to get myself the US version of the Specky, the Timex Sinclair 2068. We did. The Shiny Pebble teleports us from the totem pole. But I really want to get a Timex Sinclair 2068 and do the little conversion to it that lets it play Spectrum titles natively. Because it is the same hardware, fundamentally. Gotta be just like one of these doors. I forgot. Got the one up here. I mean, not fall into that trap. Got the one over there. Nope. I was almost hoping it would be right there. And I'd be free. Nothing hidden there. Not there. Ooh, I don't think I checked that tree. Not over there. Check this tree. Nope. I'm at a loss for where it could be. I don't think there's any hidden over here. That's where the big bag of gold was. I got that. I got all of the bees, and I thought I picked up their coins. Check the base of each tree. Got it. All right. All I need to do now is get back to the boat, and we're golden. I don't know why I'm so nervous now. 29 coins. We just need to get the one at the exit. It's right at the exit, Honktown. Don't you curse me, Woozle. Don't you curse me. I still can't believe I got struck by lightning that one time I didn't have the Bible. It was objectively a very, very funny way to die, but I still didn't like that it happened. I mean, it hadn't happened before because I had always remembered to carry the Bible with me. And then the one time I didn't have my Bible, tragedy struck. Right, just a casual jaunt past the sunken ship. You know, as one does. Having the flippers is actually quite nice for that. Dare I say, we have done it. Dare I say, we are in the clear. Dare I say, I've conquered Treasure Island Dizzy. I got the coin inside the fish fairly early on because I got into the fish when I was trying to just leave. Let us get our ignition key. And let's go. I do still have one opportunity to really fuck up. I could still fall into the water and die, which would be extremely funny, but I didn't. The ending screen is just the same with different text. Oh. Congratulations! You escaped the island with all 30 gold coins. You have completed the game. You know what, though? I feel quite satisfied having completed the game. We did it! I beat Treasure Island Dizzy. I won. Last time that I won, I had Oh, I just paused the game. Oh, you can just keep playing. You're telling me that the time that I completed it the first time, I could have just kept playing the whole time? What had happened was I completed the game. I got up to go use the bathroom. And when I came back, either standing up or sitting down, jostled my NES just a little bit. And the game was on a corrupted screen, so I had to restart anyway. But hey, look at me. I beat Treasure Island Dizzy. And had a pretty good time. No, I can just have it tell me congratulations again. That rules. I love that. That's actually... I'm going to call it there for the night. I'm not going to start Fantastic Dizzy because it's 11 o'clock. That will go on the schedule in the future eventually. I had a ton of fun with this. I'm glad that I gave it another chance and really stuck it out because this was a ton of fun. So, tomorrow, normal time, 6 p.m. Eastern, I will be playing Adventure Island for the NES. You know what, Brits? You make a good puzzle platformer. I'll give it to you. You make a good puzzle platformer. But tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, it is time for Adventure Island. I'm going to do my damnedest to beat it. That is a hard, hard game. Let's go with Dizzy Egg Raid. Let me find somebody who's live. I don't think I'm liable to find anybody streaming Treasure Island Dizzy. Also, big thanks again to Wordy Dird for making this incredible Bloom egg model. She did an incredible job. Let me see. Who do I know that's live with some retro? What have we got? Ooh, let's see. I'm feeling like a platformer. Or, if anybody was playing Dizzy, I would raid right into them. Yeah, thank you for coming, Bilbo. And thank you for encouraging me on my Dizzy journey. Oh, Bone Noble. You actually came in right as I'm trying to find somewhere to raid. I have completed. Welcome on in, Raiders. I have just beaten Treasure Island Dizzy. Also, enjoy my Dizzy egg model. What were you up to? Also, I've got to wait a little bit before giving another shout out, so I'll talk while I look. But welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing, play lots of retro games on real hardware, and play lots of Doom 2 custom megawatts. And tonight, I was playing Treasure Island Dizzy. Ooh, stabilizing some space colonies in Star Sector. That sounds fun. But yes, if you don't know the Dizzy series, it's a very famous series of UK puzzle platformer type games. Oh no, I believe this was made by Codemasters Tachikoma. This was one of their huge, popular series for a long time. Ooh, I know who I'm going to raid into. I'm going to raid into Zooteki because she is playing Shiren the Wanderer. And I have to wonder if Dot has been further spreading Shiren to other VTubers. I think I will also give Super Nintendo Shiren a try. I've only played 2 of the games in the series. I have played the Wii one and the Vita one. They're both very fun. But I've never played the original. Yes, that is it exactly, Aaron. So yeah, I'm going to raid into Zoeteki. She's very cool, plays lots of cool retro games. And I love watching people play Shiren the Wanderer. So that's where we're going to go. We are going to Dizzy Egg raid into her. Dot is responsible. Gee, you don't say. I love when somebody is like patient zero for spreading a game among other people. Maybe I can help spread Dizzy. Yeah, wasn't Ray streaming Shiren earlier? Either way, that's where we're going. We're going to go see some good Shiren action. I'm going to call it a night. I need to gather my strength for tomorrow. Because Adventure Island is gonna be tough. All right, everybody, have a great night. I will see you tomorrow. And thank you again for the raid, Bone Noble. I know you came in right at the end, but have a good one, everybody. See you next time.